Hey there, Hacker Frogs. It's me, the Shy Hat, and we're doing Hacker Frogs After School today. We're doing Hacker Frogs free hacking. We're hacking all the things. If you're ever interested in seeing what we're doing over at the Hacker Frogs live stream, we've got a schedule that we publish every week over there on the Reddit, and you can see that over in the link I just dropped in the chat if you want to. Okay, we've got ads running on Twitch. That's great. We'll just wait for the ads to run out. But to everybody who can still hear, hello, Panko Raiders. Nice to see you here. Panko is working on some 3D modeling, I think, and she was doing some pretty sweet looking work. Hey, everybody from Panko's stream, welcome, welcome, and nice to see you here. I guess what we're going to do is we're going to talk about what we're going to be doing on the stream. These streams are very regimented, I guess you could call it. We've got a strict schedule that we like to stick to over here. And each stream we're going to do 5 topics. The first topic we're going to be covering today is we're going to be starting off with a little bit of gaming. We've been playing a game called Void Stranger. It's very fun. Segmented, yes. I guess you could call it that, yeah. Says OS Master. And thank you very much for the subscription on Twitch earlier. I saw that. Thank you very much. So yeah, we're going to start with some gaming. The game is called Void Stranger. It's a fun puzzle game. We're getting close to the end of it, maybe, and hopefully we can finish it today. The second topic we're going to be doing today is we're going to be doing some demos from Hack the Web. Hack the Web is a very fun and very easy technology-based CTF light game, and we're going to be demonstrating how to do some of those challenges over there. KRCMRD, Krim Kamerd, I'm not too sure how to pronounce your name. Thank you very much for the compliment. Nice to hear you here. And yeah, so the third topic we're going to be covering is we're going to be doing our HackerFrogs After School Linux OS Operations workshop. We're going to be finishing up today. We're going to be talking about how to use terminal text editors inside of the Linux terminal, and a couple of last minute little notes about how to keep your Linux journey going. Okay, so that's going to be the third topic. In the fourth topic, we're going to be doing some PowerShell. So PowerShell is a must for people who do a lot of administration stuff on their Windows machines. We're going to be learning some of that in the 4th hour of today's stream. And in the 5th and 6th hours, we're going to be doing a Linux hacking challenge. It's a machine from the HackMyVM website. It's called Run, and we're going to be doing, well, we're going to try to solve the entire box today. We'll see what happens. Okay, Divine Wonder says, so happy to be a part of this. Thank you very much, Divine Wonder. Nice to see you here. And without further ado, we'll start into the first portion of today's stream. If you don't like anything we're doing as far as the topics are concerned, you can always wait for about 60 minutes, and we're going to be usually working on a new topic at the end of 60 minutes. So let me put the timer on over here, and let's get started. Okay, so the first topic is going to be our gaming topic, and I've got the game ready over here. Just let me pull it up. Okay, so you should be able to see it, and we're going to be doing this for about an hour, and then we're going to be moving on to some tech demos. Okay, October Barbie says, you're having VirtualBox and Kali Linux on PC will not cause my PC to be hacked, right? No, I mean, Kali Linux is a security distribution of Linux. It's basically a Linux machine with some security tools on it. Having it running Kali Linux doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to get hacked. But yeah, I mean, running Kali Linux as a virtual machine is going to make it a little bit more safe than just running it on bare metal. What game is this? So this game is Void Stranger. You can see the name of the game at the top left of the overlay. And yeah, so this is a pretty fun little puzzle game. And so one of the interesting parts of this puzzle game is that you can pick up tiles and put them back down. I think this is called a Sokoban style of game. Okay, October Barbie says, the video told me to download it and look at burp. The video told me to download it and look at burp. Did I? Which video are you talking about, October Barbie? Okay, so we can build a little bridge. And... So I guess what we need to do is we need to start building out by getting some of these tiles. So we can build out over here, pick up and put down the buttons. The other thing we can do is we can... So this tile right here, this will create some shadow clones. Lenham, hey, Lenham get Gen X. Hello from Spain, I'll be lurking while I work. Lenham Gen X is a really great CTF designer, and Lenham Gen X has created a lot of good machines over at the Volnix platform. Lenham Gen X, do you also create machines for the HackMyVM platform? I know your stuff is on Volnix. So if we go over to volnix.com, Lenham Gen X has created a number of machines for this platform over here. Can we... The thing is that I don't think we can filter by creator, can we? So for example, Lenham Gen X has done like MyWAF, this challenge over here. Yeah, Lenham over here. But yeah, definitely check out Lenham's machines if you use Volnix. Anyways, let me get back to the game. Okay, KRCMRD says, oh, cannot see do the game. Okay, I'm sorry. I forgot about the overlay there. That's what they wanted me to add to VirtualBox. VirtualBox, I mean... Oh, a video from your class. Okay, okay. I thought you were talking about a video that I recommended. Okay, so we've got, I think... These over here will create some shadow clones, but unfortunately, if you touch the shadow clones, you lose. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to create a little circle. I mean, the other thing we could do is we could try to get the monster to follow us and press the button to open up the door. So we need a monster to step on this button over here to open up the staircase. Okay, so we'll put this down here. We'll put this down. I think what we want to do is we want to make a little circle. Huh, I found a secret. That's funny. Oh, you know what? I don't know if this is gonna work because I don't have any place to put... I would like to put a tile like right above where I am right now, but I don't think I can do that. Thank you very much for the subscription on YouTube. Gareth Kierman, thank you. Uh-oh. I think it's game over for me. Is this hacking? No, this isn't hacking. We're just warming up with a little game. We've got a little timer for our game up at the top of the screen. You should see like 54 minutes. And then afterwards, we're going to be moving on to a new topic. And the next topic is going to be talking about some challenge demos for a little CTF website. CTFs are, well, they can be hacking, but they're not always hacking. And KRCMRD, is that Thai? Or is... Oh, no, wait. Is that Hebrew? Yeah, but we're just doing a little warm-up with our gaming over here. Okay. So I think... The other thing we could do is we could pick up the tile that creates the little shadow clones, and we can put it somewhere else. So this thing, we can pick this up, and maybe we can put it over here. I would like to get that secret thing, though. So we can push this off, pick this up, put it over here. This really isn't enough. This isn't enough tiles to make a circuit, though. Maybe we... Oh, no. I didn't want to do that. Is this game related to CTF? No, the game isn't related to CTF, but it is a puzzle game. And we like to play puzzle games because it helps out with our problem-solving skills. And problem-solving is something that we need to develop when we want to do like CTFs or like hacking challenges. But it's also a game I want to play. So, so I guess I win a little bit, and hopefully I can introduce some people to some good games. Okay, pick this up, put this down. Okay. Jack in the Shop says hacking is just puzzle games. I mean, hacking is usually an exercise in problem solving, and yeah, you could definitely call it kind of like a puzzle game. Aiden Hall, hello, nice to see you here. I remember you. Yeah, for sure. Okay, so we want to make our little circuit. Because if we can make a circuit, then we can create a bunch of shadow clones to Were you on Panko's stream? KR, hello, nice to see you here. And yeah, I was on Panko's stream earlier today. Panko is oh, you know what? Let's give her a shout out. Panko is a InfoSec creator. She does hacking content. She also does art content. Let's give her a shout out. Just a sec. Shout out. There you go. Jack in the Shop says, some puzzle games can get you in trouble. Well, I mean, I don't think I'm going to be playing any puzzle games that are going to get me in trouble. At least I don't think so. So we want to create a circuit that we can run around in. How about if we build one like this? Uh-oh. I definitely need access to the button. I'll just put this aside for now. So what can we do? We want to make a circuit so that we can run around, and then eventually we can get enough shadow clones to be able to touch the button and allow us to escape. We also have this monster guy over here in the center of the screen. If we build a bridge to let that guy out, then it'll start chasing us. Maybe we just need it. Maybe we don't need the shadow clones at all. Maybe we just need to... Maybe we just need to free the free this monster here. Okay, KR says, it's pretty funny because it looks like I will be here from time to time. I discovered her stream through pure luck on YouTube, and now I'm here. Hey, nice to see you here. Definitely, if you're interested in tech, if you're interested in learning about programming, all sorts of other fun tech-related stuff, that's what we like to cover over here. Maybe... we want to put this down here. Maybe put this... Okay, so just put this down here. And then let the monster out. It chases us. We go to the exit. Okay, I mean, that was a lot easier than I thought it would be. And into the future, hello. Nice to see you here. Can I join? I don't know what you mean by join. We've got a lot of these buttons we need to press. We have a lot of these buttons we need to press. Okay, KRC says, I'm glad she left me here, ha ha ha. Do you do Hack the Box challenges? We usually don't cover Hack the Box because of some reasons being that we like to cover free stuff and we like to cover evergreen stuff. So the free stuff we like to cover, we want it to be available to anybody regardless of what time they access it. And Hack the Box really doesn't have too many of those challenges. We do stuff on Try Hack Me, and we do stuff on other platforms as well. Aiden asks, would you recommend PowerShell for beginners? It really depends on what you want to do, Aiden. If you're doing a lot of administration work on Windows systems, then PowerShell is going to be very valuable, but otherwise not so much. Okay, Burner Email says you should give the frog GIF a shirt. I guess I should. Maybe one of these days. So we want to press the buttons, and we want to get... Okay, so let's just try this out. We make a bunch of shadow clones. And we need to press all the buttons. All the buttons. Okay, looks like we're not making any more shadow clones. I think what we need to do is we need to include the staircase on our path. So let's just reset the level. So we can pick up the stairs and we can put it down maybe right over here. We also have access to our to this area over here, funnily enough. Okay, so we'll pick up the stairs and we'll put it down over here. And then we'll start making our shadow clones. Okay, let's see if this is enough. Uh-oh. I've run into a problem. So it looks like maybe what we need to do is we need to also rearrange the buttons. Okay, Segfaults asks, have you heard of the new roguelike Rackcoin? It's like Balatro, but a coin pusher game. There's a free demo available on Steam, and it's very fun. I don't think I've seen that one before. Generally, the type of games we like to play on this stream here are puzzle games. Into the Future says, are we all cybersecurity? There's a number of people who are interested in cybersecurity. There's some people who are students. There are some people who are working in the industry. Riyadh Gamer asks, Python or C is better for beginners? I'd say that Python is probably the most beginner-friendly language as far as programming languages are concerned. So that's my recommendation. Okay, so let's reset again. So we want to create the circuit, but we also want to make sure that the circuit is sufficiently small. So let's put the button over here, or the staircase. We'll put the staircase here. We'll also put the other buttons over here as well. So this button, we'll put this here, and the other button, we'll put it down in this space. Okay, so we just need to create 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, something like 12 different clones. Anyways, make the clones over here. Uh-oh. There's kind of a problem. Actually, I think this is still doable. Red Gamer says, I'm studying Python and networking. Is that a good starting point? Yeah, I think if you're studying Python and you're studying networking, I think it's a pretty good starting point for learning cybersecurity. Okay, I think we need one more. Okay, and we can exit. So 214, huh? Okay, B Kim King. Hello, nice to see you here. Question: being a junior dev gives me pressure when I'm working with the senior dev, especially while working on a similar project when we work on it separately. Are you saying that you feel pressured when you're working on it together, or are you pressured when you are working on the same project but separately? I'm not really from a dev background, but I can definitely understand the sentiment there. Okay, so, I mean, why is there the island over here? Let's build a little bridge out there. Build the bridge. Okay, we can push this off, pick this up. Okay, and then we can build out another bridge over here. I kind of have to leave something behind, though. B. Kim King says, sorry I didn't finish the question. The role of the senior is to teach a junior to become senior, just so you know. I mean, definitely don't... You might feel some pressure because you don't want to be a burden to the senior developer with all of your questions. But I mean, if you have questions, if you have problems, you should definitely refer to the senior developers for some help. I mean, the good thing about AIs these days is that AIs can answer a lot of your questions. Make sure that if you're going to ask a question to your senior developer, that it's not a question that you could easily get an answer to by either doing some Google research or by asking an AI. So, I mean, that's one of the great things about using AIs is that they never tell you that you're dumb because you don't know the answer to something. So they make for a pretty good source of research. Okay, a senior dev will be able to tell you when you did your homework about a question. Definitely make sure that you've done all of your homework before you come to them with issues, because there's nothing worse than somebody coming to you with a question that they could have easily Googled, because that's yeah. Okay, I think we can just create a shadow clone and then exit like this. Okay, so 215. I think there are something like 220 levels to this game. So, I mean, I don't think there's anything super complicated about this level. You just need to get to the exit. So build a little bridge. The other issue is that there's this chaser monster over here. we can't really build a bridge to get to the stairs. Rad Gamer says, let's see, is it appropriate to enter bug bounty and then expand into pen test? I think it's a better route to do pen test and then expand into bug bounty, because if you get the skills to do bug bounty, your time's probably better spent getting into web app security testing first, and then getting a regular pen testing job doing web app security testing. Okay, Segfault says, let's see. KR says it's cool and all until the AI sends you into a rabbit hole. I mean, the other thing about learning how to use the AIs is learning when it's going to send you into a rabbit hole and kind of avoiding that. Okay, Segfault says if you can get the answer from AI, you can try the documentation or the forums. Definitely, yeah, that's definitely the case. Okay. B. King King says, thanks, you kind of answered it though. I find myself using the AI in coding, hence difficult in debugging. So finding myself getting stuck behind, but I kind of understand your answer. I mean, the thing about using AI for coding is that you want to ask the AI, when you ask the AI for some code, you definitely want to ask the AI what exactly the code does. And you're supposed to be able to understand, at least at a high level, what the code is doing before you implement it. Otherwise, you can run into some really serious problems. So I think what we want to do is we want to trap this monster here. So maybe like this. Okay, Riyadh Gamer says, what do you plan to suggest for me as a pen tester? So I mean, if you want to become a pen tester, the first thing you want to do is you want to study up on your networking information or your networking knowledge. You want to have the skills to be able to do a certification like the oh, what is it called again? The Network Plus, because that's a pretty good beginner level cert that deals with networking. You don't necessarily need to get the certification, but you need to have the knowledge that that certification would give you. And then from there, here, let me get you a list of resources. Just a second, because I've got a bunch of them over at the HackerFrogs website. You know, I should turn the education resources into a command. Maybe I'll do that for the next class. Okay, so we're looking at web app hacking stuff. Here are some links that you can use. Okay, so if we move this aside, we don't have enough time to push all these statues away before the monster gets to us. Oh, you know what? Maybe what we can do is we can use the shadow clone as a method of insulating ourselves. So make a shadow clone, go over here, and okay, so because the shadow clone is in the way, the monster stops chasing us, so we can get to the staircase. Cool. Okay. Uh-oh. This looks really tricky. So we need to make... We need to step on the buttons over here. We need 9... No, how many is that? So it's 6, 7, 8. We need 9 shadow clones. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's only 8. This isn't enough. And now uh-oh. I can't finish like this. So Riyadh Gamer, yeah. I mean, I would definitely do network. Well, I would study Network Plus from CompTIA, and if you're not really familiar with tech stuff in general, I would start with the A Plus from CompTIA as well. And we've got a lot of links over here as well. So get into cyber over here. Okay, so how many do we need? So we need 8. Step here. And then start stepping on here. Oh, that's too many. That's too many again. So we need two less. Two, three, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, same result. So I guess the other thing we could do is we could pick up the stairs and maybe put it over here. Oh no, this doesn't work. I think you need one more bridge. Yeah. Okay, so we can pick this up. Where do we want to put this? Maybe here? So we want to enter. Maybe kind of like this. Okay, I think this works. Okay. Ooh, what's going on here? Okay, so we've got the hand monsters over here. The hand monsters, they don't do anything, they just stay still. If we kill all of the monsters, then the statues over on the left-hand side of the screen disappear. And then we get access to the stairs. So the first thing we need to do is we need to get rid of the hand monsters. So I mean, I've got a sword that I can do it with, but the more fair version of doing this is to find a way to do it with just this statue here, because we can use the statue to crush the hands if we push the statue into them. But how could we do that if... Well, just put this glass bridge over here. Put this down here. So we could go down here, use this to crush this guy. This is a good place. to get access to the portion of the screen down at the bottom. Let's reset. Say we wanted to push this over here. Pick up one of these. Push this here. Crush this guy. Put this back. Man, we want access to these normal tiles, because these other tiles are kind of tricky to deal with. I mean, we could... Okay, pick up this. Oh, we can't have the shadow clones die either. Because if the shadow clones die, then we die as well. Pick this up. This is a tricky level. I mean, what happens if we start with the top monster getting crushed? Okay. And then there's not very much. Well, I mean, we could just cheat. If we cheat, we use this to get rid of it. Could be the stairs. Top monster makes retrieval harder. Yeah, I mean, let's pretend we're not going to use the sword as part of the solution, because the sword is an optional item. So if we want to crush this guy first, the one at the bottom. Okay, Riyadh Gamer says, I need to work. I don't need an A+ to work in a computer repair shop. I have in-depth knowledge of hardware, how it works, how data is transferred, and I understand the tech small details. I'm 17 years old. Okay. So Riyadh Gamer, I mean, if you don't think you need to do A+, if you think you know all the stuff that's covered in the certification, that's fine. You can skip that. So you're 17 years old. I mean, you've got a lot of time to figure it out. SysOS says that you need 3 clean tiles. Yeah. I mean, we only have access to some questionable tiles. Just a second, everybody. Gotta clear my throat. We've got the glass tile here, and what we want to do is we want to get access to the bottom of the interface, because we've got a bunch of tiles down there that we can grab as well. So if we cross over like this, then that doesn't work. But what if the first thing we want to do is we want to cross over? What if all we want to do is cross over? Then we would grab one of these. Actually, the tile that we cross over with, it can't be a glass tile. It has to be a normal tile. Okay, Riyadh says, I work as a computer repair technician. Yeah, that's awesome. I mean, you say you want to move into like security stuff. I'd say that the easiest job to get in security work, as far as like testing is concerned, is probably web app security testing. And inside of web app security testing, like they're also looking for a lot of people who are doing like cloud security testing, since everything is connected to the cloud. Well, not everything, but there's a lot of stuff connected to the cloud these days. Where can I get access to a normal tile? Okay, so I can stand on this, I can grab this normal tile, and then cross over like this. And now I've got access to the bottom here. So I've got access. If I've got access to the bottom here, I could pick up these tiles and use them as regular tiles. I can't stand on this tile again though, because this makes me drop off. So there's no place where I can cross over safely. I mean, if I cheat, I can do this. I can put this down over here, but it's not something I could do unless I had the sword. But I mean, this is just the first time I'm solving this level, so maybe it's okay if I do a little bit cheating. Okay, so we'll put this down over here. Grab another one of these. This makes it so much easier. Okay, CatQuest, hello, nice to see you here. What do you think about Claude AI and Kali Linux? Cloud AI and Kali Linux? I mean, Cloud AI can be used for all sorts of... Cloud AI could be used as a pretty good teacher, especially for coding stuff. Kali Linux is a distribution of Linux that can help you learn security stuff. Okay, crush this guy. And now we've got access to the stairs. So if we've got access to the stairs, it's pretty easy. Oh man, it's so tough. Let's see. Rian says, to become a pen tester, it's best to start with web application security. It's probably the easiest way to do it. It's not the only way to do it, of course. Okay, SysOS says Kelly has a new feature when it comes to with Claude Agent by default. Oh, really? I didn't know about that, SysOS. Is that part of the later packages or the later versions of Kali Linux or the later what is it called? Updates. Okay, so what do we need to do in this level? We need to get to the stairs. So the stairs are over here. Man, this is so tight. We can't even get to it. Hold on. Okay, and then maybe get to the statue over there. Well, I mean, we also have access to one of these. Okay, that's good. Sorcerer says LMs for learning comes with two important caveats: verify veracity and test understanding. Aiden Hall, nice to see you here. It's kind of true for any source. Sorcerer, yeah, I mean, LLMs are kind of like the new Wikipedia. People would try to use Wikipedia for sources on their essays and stuff like that, but teachers would not be very pleased with it. But yeah. Okay, so we've got access to more tiles now. Uh-oh. I think I might have screwed up. Or maybe we need to go back the way we came. Because we got one extra tile. Although this is a bit tedious. Okay, you can move that shadow tile. Okay, Sorcerer says if you don't know the answer, then how do you know if if a supposed one is correct? Yeah, that's a good point. The thing is that like anything that LLM teaches you about, you need to make sure that it's actually the correct thing, because sometimes LLMs have a tendency to make up answers, and that can get you in really big trouble. The other thing you need to keep in mind about LLMs is that when you're asking questions that a lot of other people are, if you're asking questions that a lot of other people are asking about, so commonly known topics, I'd say that LLMs are generally pretty good at teaching programming concepts, because these are questions that it receives a lot over and over again, especially for programming languages that are very, very popular. Of course, your answers are going to be a lot more iffy if you're dealing with something super obscure. Okay, Aiden says, I've been playing Void Stranger since like 2023. Is that when the game came out? That sounds about right. For empirical facts, you need citations. You can move the shadow tile. Oh, yeah. Okay, let's build out over here. Huh. Did we... Anyways, let's reset the level. Or use a specific language. Let's see. Sorry. Riyadh says, what do you think about ChatGPT giving data to the government? ChatGPT giving data to the government? You mean the company? The company like OpenAI giving data from ChatGPT to the government? I'm assuming that you're talking about the American government. I mean, that's kind of a tricky topic. SysOS says, or use a specific version of the language like PHP 5.4. Sorcerer says, for logical constructs like programming, math, and such, you can just check for yourself to see if it works as expected. I mean, the thing about programming is that most of the time you can check if the code works as expected yourself, and that's a good way to check whether or not you got the correct answer. Okay, CatQuest says, when I hack a game, I only use C++. I mean, what kind of tools are you using to hack games then, CatQuest? Okay, Aiden says, I think you're going to hit 15,000 subscribers soon. Well, I hope so. We'll see. Okay, Sorcerer says, that also tests your understanding. Catquest says, PowerShell was powerful with games, directly connected with the game window. If you use the WSL, the bridge is not good. Zim the Goat, hello, nice to see you here. Okay, so we reset. I would like to... So there are two directions we could go in. We could go in this direction over here. Although it kind of leads in to the same place. Sorcerer says ChatGPT from day one had the same rules as Facebook. If you don't want everybody to know, then don't put it up on there. Mox O says, are you familiar with hacking gadgets like USB Killer and the Rubber Ducky? I've never really dealt too much with software hacking tools, or sorry, hardware hacking tools. Okay, so this doesn't lead you anywhere. You can't go anywhere in this direction. So you need to go down from here. Okay, Kekwa says, ChatGPT is very bad. Well, I mean, are we talking about from a moral standpoint, or are we talking about from a quality standpoint? The Turnip says, if the answer it gives me is odd, I double check it. You need a certain level of understanding and confidence for that to work well, though. I mean, it always, if you're dealing with programming languages and you're asking questions about programming, if you have like knowledge of the language yourself, it certainly helps to be able to double check whether or not the answers it's giving you are true or not. But if you're just learning a language for the first time, like, you know, if you're just learning Python for the first time, it can certainly help you understand concepts. Like if you don't know what functions are, if you don't know what arguments are, it can explain what those concepts are very, very well. Riyadh Gamer says, what is your favorite game? My favorite game? I mean, it's hard for me to say, you know, what my favorite game is. Okay, so we can go here. I think the point here is to be able to pick up the stairs. Because if you can pick up the stairs... Actually, wait. What SysOS said was pretty relevant too. We can pick up the shadow creation thing. And we can put it down over here. We kind of need it, though. We need this tile to be able to finish the level. So we can't just leave it like in a random location. We need to be able to get to it. Okay. So we need to make our way back there. We need to grab the button. Put it here. Grab the button, put it somewhere. Put this... where can we even put it? Somebody's spamming. Is somebody spamming? Okay, CatQuest says network, system, Linux, and Python to start the best way of things. Let's see. Yay security. Hello, nice to see you here. Where is the challenge? Is this a game? Yeah, this is a game. We're just warming up with some gaming, and we'll be switching over to another topic in about 10 minutes or so. Aiden says the game looks hard. How many floors are there? I think there are like 220. We're pretty close to the end. So... The problem is everything has to go in, you use the button next to the stairs and use the shadow guy. You could use the button next to the stairs. I mean, we can put the button next to the stairs, yeah. But... how do we pick this stuff up? Oh, you know what? We can use this area over here. Can we though? We can use this area to get more blocks. So we can just go over here, grab some empty tiles, and then we got more stuff to deal to. Yeah, actually, no. This is how you do it. Okay. So we'll just. Let me just grab some more empty tiles here. So in the context of this channel, DevSecOps, DevOps, and data engineering, then Python first. Okay, so grab the stairs, put it down. We want it in this spot. So we'll just grab this, put it up here, grab the stairs, then put the button down here, and then activate the shadow guy exit. Okay, so there's maybe 2 levels left. Okay, Aku Kareem says, I think your bot is like repeat the comment from YouTube also. Yeah, I mean, we've got bots relaying the stuff from Twitch over to YouTube and from YouTube over to Twitch. Discord, yeah, we've got a Discord. Let me get that. So exclamation part Discord. We also have a Reddit. See if we can finish this before the time limit runs out. So 6 minutes, huh? Uh-oh. We've got this guy chasing us. Hold on. Can we time this? So it looks like we'll be able to exit right now. All right, I guess we exit. Feeling better this week? Sick in the mind. Hello, nice to see you here. I saw you in Panko's stream earlier, and hope you're doing well. Yeah, I'm feeling better this week. My voice is not destroyed anymore, so I tried to stream last. Well, I wanted to stream last week, but I lost my voice over the weekend, and it took like 4 or 5 days for it to come back. So I had to cancel my streams for last week, unfortunately. Sorcerer says, if you want the vast majority of enterprise development jobs, you gotta add Java. You can do second, but you need 100%. Do second, but you need 100%. So the vast majority of enterprise dev jobs use Java. I didn't know that Java was so popular still. But I mean, I'm trying to teach myself some Java these days, and Java's it's so verbose. I went from learning Java for about 4 or 5 days to going back to using Python, and Python felt so quick. It felt so quick to be able to, you know, create some code using Python after working with Java. Okay, so I think we can access the bottom area here, and we can grab a bunch of extra tiles. But what do we do with those extra tiles? What do we want to do in this level? So we want to make it over to... We need to press 2 buttons in order to activate the stairs. So we can go here, put this down. Now it's getting a bit tricky. Okay. Maybe grab some tiles and put them up here. Okay, Sick of the Mind says, I feel bad, I had the flu about a month ago, and I'm going to go see your Discord. Hey, thank you very much, Aiden. Okay, so let's see. It would not hurt, but there's a plethora of options for languages. I mean, PHP is still in common use too, so is C and C++, C#, and many, many more. Python is a more pleasant language, but the runtime is terrible, hence JVM. I mean, I can definitely see the advantages of using something like Java. It's just that Java's not very fun to deal with. It's not. I mean, I guess I need to get used to it, but it seems like you need to do a lot of boilerplate in order to get anything to run when you're using Java. Okay, don't worry, we'll always be waiting for you. Health comes first. Yeah, I mean, if you don't have your health, you don't have anything. Okay, so Are we holding on to a tile right now? Ah, okay, we are. So, you know what I think what we want? I think what we want to do is we want to pick up one of these shadow tiles. How do we get that done? Oh, I think we need to reset. Okay, so Sorcerer says it's true once you zoom out far enough, then you can use any language you want. Okay. Let's see. SysOS says Java has boilerplate. Yeah, boilerplate hell. Right. Okay. That's because it's compiled at runtime, and Java is compiled before it's run. Of course, there's going to be advantage in runtime. Let's see. Sorcerer says, to be sure, C# and Go are basically the same mindset as Java, but smaller ecosystems. I mean, I hear that you're able to switch from Java over to C++ pretty easily. And let's see. Second of Mind says they're all compiled languages versus interpreted languages like Python. Yeah, I mean, there's always going to be a trade-off between performance with any interpreted language when you're talking about like Python or JavaScript. So we only have access to this stuff over here. Grab one of these, put this down. I want to be able to stash one of these shadow tiles somewhere. So let's say we wanted to stash it over here. We also want to... Oh no. We might have to finish this game next time. Because we don't have a... My arbitrary time limit is coming up. Okay, and Hamza, nice to see you here. What WTA? What something? I'm not too sure what that stands for. Okay, so let's build a bridge over here. And then we'll just grab these tiles. We want to be able to build a bridge. But maybe the better thing to be able to do would be to remove these trap tiles. Because if we could get rid of the trap tiles, then we could move a lot more freely around the map. Here, pick up the button, put it down here. Now we've got access to this set over here, right? Let's grab some more of these tiles. Okay, and then so the next thing we need to do is we'd be able to grab a shadow tile and then come back. So grab one of these, put it down like here, and we want to grab the button and then put it inside of our loop. Because if we can put it in the loop, then we can... Okay, this is how we do it. We just keep on going around in a circle until there are enough shadow guys to press both of the buttons at once. So this should be it. No? Uh-oh. Now we're kind of screwed. I thought it would be enough. Let's catch up with chat. Okay, so let's see. Hamza Belgazar says, what about C and Python? Um, well, you're talking about C and Python, but for what purpose? C and Python, pretty popular languages. Python, very beginner friendly. But what is the context? Yankee Lodwick says, "Good morning, bro. I missed your stream for a few weeks. Yeah, I was a little bit sick for a while, so I had to skip some streams. But nice to see you here, Henky." The Turnip says Java's a little bit odd in that it uses GIT. C Sharp also has that, but you can do AOT compilation now with it. What does AOT stand for in this case? The Turnip. Sorcerer says, for PHP, I categorize that with the sigil family of languages such as Perl and Raku and Ruby. Riyad Gamer says, how's your experience with EJPT? My experience with EJPT, it was a pretty easy certification. I would say that these days you can skip EJPT and then go for like a more prestigious certification if that's the way you want to go. The EJPT was mostly about basic enumeration, basic network enumeration, the ability to locate machines on the network and then scan them using stuff like Nmap. Yeah. We got close. Okay, so SysOS says ahead of time or pre-compiled. Oh, okay. Thank you very much for letting me know about that. So, okay, we're gonna take a little break, and then we're going to move on into the next topic. Okay, because I think I had a little bit too much tea before the stream. Anyways, we'll quit the game. We'll come back to this later, and let's do a little break while we get ready for the next part of the stream. So I'm going to set up the topic. So we're now doing topic 2, which is the Hack the Web demos, and the topic after that is going to be HackerFrogs AfterSchool Linux OS operations session number 5, which is the last one. It's bird time, yeah. So we're just going to put on a little video with some birds, and we'll be back in about 2 or 3 minutes. I just need to use the washroom, and then we'll start into the next part of the stream. Okay, so in the meantime, you can watch my favorite bird video, which is the baby birds having a bath. Just a second, everybody. Okay, it's bird time. Everybody, we'll be back in about 2 or 3 minutes after my washroom break, but enjoy the birds. I'll put on a little bit of music too. Just a second. And everybody, if you're subscribed, actually, I don't think you need to be subscribed. If you're on Twitch, you can use this emote right here, without the quotes, the shy 31 bird, and it'll make this emote. Okay, everybody, we'll be back in about a couple minutes. Enjoy the music in the meantime. Okay, we're back. Music is a bit loud. I'll turn that down a bit. Okay. Anyways, well, I hope you enjoyed the birds. I love this video. It's one of my favorites. Okay, let's get rid of that, and let's put 16 minutes on the clock. So we're going to be doing the next topic for about 60 minutes. We love the birds. I mean, I'm a big fan of the birds too. All right, let's catch up with chat. Arsen Kudri, hello, nice to see you here. And let's see. Thank you for following on Twitch. Git, thank you. KR asks, is this music from the Red Strings Club? It's kind of similar. It's from another indie game called Valhalla. Yeah, it is Valhalla. I'm a 640. Hello, nice to see you here. Sorcerer says, saying Java is a little bit different is off the mark. JVM and CLR are fundamentally a different category. Once that's understood, it shows the compiled interpreted dichotomy. It's insufficient and not very useful these days. JS also has a JIT, but doesn't go into the Java and C# category regardless. Yeah. I mean, it's a pretty good game. The music is really nice. KR. All right, so let's start on in. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be doing some challenges from this website over here. It's called HackTheWeb. It's a German website, and there are a bunch of different challenges that you can find over here. The important thing for us is that it's very beginner friendly, and it's good for demonstrating from some different tech topics. So let's go ahead and start into this. So SysOS says just in time, a type of compilation strategy. So we're talking about is it both Python and JavaScript that's just in time? Because when I think just in time, I think of like interpreted languages, right? I mean, I guess Sorcerer was saying that we can't just categorize everything into either interpreted or compiled, because there are nuances about it. Was that response directed at me? Just in time? GIT? SysOS says Java and JavaScript use just in time. Python uses a different one. Oh, right. Because Java's not necessarily like a compiled binary. It's compiled into the class files, and the class files are used by the Java virtual machine, the JVM, right? Sick in the mind, not that. Mava, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Okay, let's start into the topic over here. And yeah, so we're going to be covering this challenge first. It's called Minecraft. And let's go ahead and start. All right, everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the Minecraft challenge from the Hack the Web game. And the first thing we want to do is we want to read up on what is the description of the challenge. So I'm very surprised to find so many Minecraft fans among hackers, and even some tasks from the world of Minecraft. My mother gave me the game back then, and I was so happy to play it for the first time. But that was a long time ago, before all this space stuff started. I really miss that time. I still know my way around pretty well, and I hope you do too. Your answer is the block ID, numeric or with namespace of this block. I think we've done this challenge already. Hold on. I think we've already done this challenge, didn't we? Yeah, I think we did it last class. Okay. Sorry, everybody. We're gonna have to move on to the next challenge. Did we do this one last class, or the last time we streamed? Hold on. I need to check my my notes. Okay, checking my notes. Okay, I don't think we did this one. All right, let's move on. I just need to confirm that for myself. Okay, so your answer is the block ID, numeric with namespace of this block. Okay, so we got this block right here, and if we didn't know about Minecraft, we would have to do some research. So let's talk about what's going on here. Okay, so hack the web. This is the Minecraft challenge. In this challenge, we're told to identify an object from the Minecraft game. So we're given a picture with the object, And what we're doing here is we're going to be doing some OSINT, or open source intelligence. If we didn't know anything about Minecraft, we can use OSINT to research the answer. But what is OSINT? So OSINT stands for Open Source Intelligence and is the act of learning about a subject through publicly available information sources. So when we're talking about OSINT, we're just talking about doing some research that anybody can do. So we're talking about doing internet searches, we're talking about looking in the phone book, we're talking about all of the publicly known information. So for example, if we wanted to use OSINT to learn about this person right here, Elvis Presley, he's a really famous guy, we could search online, we could read books written about him, we could listen to his music. Any public source of information could be considered a valid source inside of OSINT. SysOS says basically Googling on steroids. Well, I mean, it is Googling, but it's also everything outside of Googling as well. So what we can do here is we can do what is called a reverse image search. So in this case, we can use a reverse image search tool to identify what the name of this Minecraft block is. So what we would do is we would go to Google.com. We're going to be using the Google reverse image search tool. It doesn't necessarily need to be the Google reverse image search tool. It's just a very convenient one. So we can go over to the search by image, and we could select the link for the image. So the link for the image is over here. So we could do, we right click, we select copy image link, then we go back to Google, and we paste in the link. After we do that, we can search. And we see the block inside the image. So it also highlights the block because it is getting like a context clue that this is the subject. Let's make this a little bit bigger. And this is basically what we want to search for. So from here, we can scroll down inside the search. And what does it say? So the item shown in the image is a bedrock block from the video game Minecraft. Okay, so I mean the AI is giving us some information here. So it's indestructible in survival mode, etc., etc. So we've got our answer. So this is the bedrock block. And what we need to do is we need to go back to the challenge and search for the block ID of this block. So if we know that this is called bedrock, we can go back and then we can just type in the search. What is the ID number of the Minecraft bedrock block? Okay. I mean, SysOS, if Sorcerer wants to talk about like, you know, tech topics, he wants to talk about language stuff, he can. It's fine. We can have conversations in here that doesn't have to do with the subject at hand. It's just that I'm trying to stay away from conversations that are not tech related, I guess, or like not like super related to the stuff that we do on the stream. Okay, so what is the answer? So I mean, the AI is giving us a little answer here. It says in the Minecraft Bedrock Edition, the numerical ID for the bedrock block is 7. It is primarily identified in-game commands by the string identifier, which is bedrock. So the numeric ID identifier is 7, so this is the answer for our challenge. So another thing we could do is we could just look down here and Bedrock Edition data values. We could take a look at this Minecraft wiki link, and it's probably going to show us the same thing. So let's see. We'll search for bedrock. So the bedrock block. This is Bedrock Edition. Hold on. Let's go back. Ah, okay. Minecraft ID list. All right, we can search for bedrock over here. So we find the object in the page, and we see that it is associated with ID number 7. So this is our answer. SysOS says bedrock is also an edition of Minecraft. Yeah, we found that out. Okay, so if we go back to the challenge here, So we search for the block ID number of the block name, so bedrock, and we find out that the answer is number 7. So we'll go back, we will plug in the number 7 as the answer, click on go, and 7 is correct. Okay. Alright everybody, this was a guided walkthrough for the Minecraft challenge from the Hack the Web platform. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Okay, we're not leaving. It's just that I got to say that because I turn these all into YouTube videos eventually. Thank you very much for understanding. Okay, so we got a lot of people talking about let's see, computer programming stuff. That's a lot of text. Let's see. Mava says, how do the bugs look like after scanning the subdomain to move forward? So Mava, how do the bugs look like after scanning the subdomain? Wait, are we talking? I'm not too sure what we're talking about here. Aiden Hall, nice to see you here. And yeah, see you next time. Riyadh Gamer says, you scared me. I'm sorry if I scared you. Okay, let's move on to the next challenge. So we got a few of these challenges to work through today. The next challenge is going to be the painting challenge. So this one's also pretty interesting. Let's start it off. Okay, everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the painting challenge from the Hack the Web platform. So what's going on here? So I said I never had the patience for art, but this connection between art and technology fascinates me. It's crazy how you can create a picture with simple characters. You have surely recognized the motif. The name of the painting is your answer. So I mean, what's going on here? What we're introduced to here is the concept of ASCII art. So for people who have been on the internet for a long time, ASCII art is not very unfamiliar, but for people who are new, maybe you haven't seen it before. ASCII art, love it. Wild Radio, same. Yeah, awesome. Okay, so we see a depiction of a famous painting using ASCII art. And ASCII art, well, let's talk about this. So in this challenge, we're told to identify a piece of ASCII art. But what is ASCII art? ASCII art pieces are images created out of ASCII characters. So there's letters, numbers, and symbols. It can be typed with a standard American keyboard. It's not just a standard American keyboard, but that's the way it started off. We call it ASCII art because it's art made out of printable characters. So although more complicated ASCII art pieces can use characters from any encoding set such as Unicode, so basically any typable character can be used as part of ASCII art. So in this case, what we're trying to do is we're trying to identify a painting that was created with ASCII art. Although we may be able to guess the name of the famous painting this ASCII art represents, we could do some research if we didn't know. So we probably know that this is the Mona Lisa, if we have been exposed to art before, but if we didn't know, we could do a little bit of research. Sysmos says, ASCII was certified by the American Standards Board originally. Oh, okay. I thought you were about to say that ASCII art was certified by the American Standard Boards. Not exactly the case. Okay, so when we're doing our research here, a really big clue is the signature on this piece of art by this person named Normand Velo. I think that's how you pronounce it. So what you could do is you could do a little bit of research. So we go over to our good old Google and search up ASCII art painting by Normand Velu. Then we take a look at some images, and we see this one over here. Well, I mean, we see a lot of different stuff, and I think we see the painting in question. So this little thread on Reddit, it's talking about the Mona Lisa. Okay, Mona Lisa, ASCII, this number of characters. So with a little bit of research, we could figure out what is actually going on here, and we might be able to like Google reverse image search this as well. My Google never opens with an ad like that. Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure most of the stuff is gonna be okay, but sometimes you can. These are yeah. We've got funny ASCII art. Let's do a little Google reverse image search. So I guess the first thing we need to do is we need to screenshot this because the ASCII art isn't gonna really, it's not an image. So how can we create the screenshot? Can we print screen? There's a screenshot tool in the browser. Is there? I've never had to use it before. Take a screenshot. Okay. Okay. Take screenshot, and then click and drag on the page to select a region. Press escape to cancel. Okay. So let's drag this thing. Okay, and then download. Okay, so we got our screenshot now, and then we can go over to the Google results, and then we can upload a file. So I think I don't know where that would have saved to. Maybe the downloads directory? Okay, so we got the screenshot in the downloads directory. We'll try opening this up. Okay, and this is it over here. So select, it's interpreted as text. That's funny. I mean, this is supposed to be interpreted as an image. Let's go down. Okay, so we see the different examples of this ASCII image, and I think the one we're looking for is this one. We find the same Reddit thread over here. It says Mona Lisa, so we're able to find it two different ways. And let's go back. So eventually, we would be led to the answer that this is actually a painting called the Mona Lisa. So we use Mona Lisa as the answer over here. Okay, so we'll just click into here, Mona Lisa, go. And it says Mona Lisa is correct. All right, everybody, I hope you had a lot of fun learning about ASCII art. This was a guided walkthrough for the painting challenge from the Hack the Web platform, and if you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Okay. Not leaving, just have to say that for the YouTube video, thank you. Beautiful Lisa, yup. Okay, let me get rid of some of these. Okay, we're done with this, we're done with this. So the next challenge is going to be the note challenge over here. Let me click into it. So we're going to be doing 3 more. So there's a note challenge, the ASCII challenge, and the HTML challenge. So each one of these has some fun little concepts for people who are new to tech. And let's go over to the note challenge. Okay. All right, everybody. This is a guided walkthrough. This is a guided walkthrough for the note challenge from Hack the Web. So what's going on in this challenge? So it says careless mistakes are the worst. You've done the hard work, but just one letter is missing and it doesn't work. That's really annoying. I actually wanted to link the important note for you, but now you have to find a way around my mistake. So we've got we've got a link for a note that we need to read over here. So if we put this in a new tab and we take a look, it says this. So it says you won't find the answer in this file. Fix the typo in the file name first, and then it points up. And what it's actually pointing up at is it's pointing over at the address bar in the web browser. So if you take a look over here, you'll see that there's a typo in the file name. So if I grab this and then hold on, gotta set up my little tabs here. Okay, we'll call this our chatting text editor. Okay, so let's just paste this thing in, and we see that there is a problem. So there's a typo in here. So it says it's called a important note.txt. Of course, in tech, in hacking, in general, if you don't spell stuff correctly, if you get the wrong syntax, then the stuff doesn't work. And if the stuff doesn't work, then you're very sad. So when you're working with technology, you need to be very exact and very careful not to misspell anything. I know it's hard for some people, but whoops, that's not even it. There you go. Okay, so it may seem a bit silly to talk about this, but it's actually very important to spell everything correctly and to get all your syntax correct. So in this challenge, we're asked to click on a note to look at a note. Click on a link to look at a note. It is hard for some. You mean spelling matters? What kind of trash? Yeah, that's it's pretty ridiculous, Nollygoster. Nice to see you here, by the way. Riyadh Gamer says, "Do you play Minecraft?" I haven't really played too much Minecraft. I think I might have played it once, but I'm not very familiar with the game. DieDevX says, "Knowing how to touch type helps." I mean, I think that's another thing that we might be able to point out to people who want to get into tech, is that you should be able to type at least to a competent degree. Otherwise, you're going to have a very hard time working in this field if you can't type at your keyboard properly. I mean, I don't type all that well either, but I can get the stuff done eventually. Okay, so essentially this challenge teaches us a valuable lesson. If you can't spell, you can't hack. So if you make a mistake and you see that the stuff isn't working, you might want to check your spelling and your syntax, because if the syntax and the spelling is incorrect, your stuff isn't going to go. So I'd say that the best way to avoid misspelling stuff while you're typing is to copy and paste. So you can do Control-C, Control-V, all that good stuff. Yeah, so we need to keep an eye out for misspellings or missymbols if we notice that our stuff isn't working. So how to reduce typos? In order to reduce typos, we should use the copy and paste functions as much as we can. So my tip for not making typos or syntax errors when typing is to use copy-paste whenever possible. So on your Windows computer, you can do Windows and Linux, you can do Control-C for copy, Control-V for paste. If you're using Mac, it's Command and C and Command and V for copy-paste respectively. Copy-paste all the things. Tab autocomplete can make up for typing deficiencies a bit too. To be fair, yep, I certainly do agree. SysOS says, "Can you type without looking at your keyboard?" That's the question. I mean, yeah, if you can type without looking at the keyboard, you're probably at a good level of typing ability. Okay, SysOS says, and Linux has 2 copy buffers for the win. I really don't use the second Linux copy buffer. I think the second one is like the middle mouse button and some other stuff. I haven't really looked into it too much, but it's really something I should learn about because it could help a lot. Okay, so if we go back to the challenge over here, and we fix the spelling mistake, important, then we can get the answer. So it says here that the answer is spelling. So we just need to, let's copy paste this. So copy it, and then go to the challenge, and then paste in the answer, and then click on go. Okay, this is correct. All right, everybody, this was a guided walkthrough for the Note Challenge from Hack the Web. If you enjoyed this guided challenge, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the videos. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Okay, let's move on to the next challenge. Okay, so Note is done. So we got a couple left. Okay, so DieDev says, also knowing how to select further helps with copying text, like Control and Shift left, Control Shift right, Shift and yeah. So DiDev is talking about, let's see. So when you're copying the text, you can also do Shift and left, or Shift and right, or Shift and down to highlight specific fields. You can also do Shift and end and Shift and home to switch around. It helps out when you're copy pasting. Okay, so Riyadh Gamer says, Minecraft taught me a lot about servers when I was young, and I set up a Raspberry Pi as a server. That sounds like a pretty fun project, Riyadh Gamer. But yeah, I mean, the thing about teaching people who are new to tech about these like concepts we take for granted, stuff like copy pasting and being able to do like various searches and stuff like that, it's something you need to teach, because people don't know this stuff automatically. Although for people who have been working with tech for a really long time, it may seem kind of silly to talk about it. Okay, you have your own website, right? I mean, mostly what I work from is GitHub, and my GitHub page is over here. But we also have a Discord, and we also have a Reddit. Okay, so let's see. So the next challenge is the ASCII challenge. Okay, let's continue. Okay, Sick the Mind says you could convert your GitHub to a github.io site. Just need a github.io repo. I mean, I've seen github.io, but I'm not really too sure what the benefits would be from going from a regular GitHub website to a github.io website. I guess I need to do a little bit of research. But thanks for the suggestion, Sick in the Mind. Okay, so let's do this challenge. All right, everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the ASCII challenge from the Hack the Web platform. So ASCII is something we deal with a lot when we're talking about computers, but what is it? Let's read the challenge. So computers are a mysterious world if you don't speak their language. A word becomes a series of numbers, and there you have it, a number salad. Luckily, there's a translation aid that you can use to decipher the numbers. Take a look at this table. You'll find the ASCII codes for various characters. For example, the letter A has the code 97. So if we take a look at down here at this chart, if you've got the ASCII character lowercase a, it's got a code number associated with the number 97 over here, and every character on your keyboard is associated with one of these codes. Oh, okay. For example, Payload All the Things has its own github.io website. So it says you can dictate the layout and colors on github.io. That's the difference. Okay. I should look into it. But yeah, thanks for bringing that to my attention. Ima says learning the keyboard shortcuts is a big help. Yeah, if you're doing stuff over and over again, learning keyboard shortcuts can really help with that. SysOS says, let's see, these are the decimal numbers for the characters, not their scan codes in all cases. So let's talk a little bit more about ASCII characters. They certainly do talk about how each character here is associated with a different code, but let's talk a little bit more about this. So in this challenge, we're told to interpret these numbers to form an answer. So I mean, we didn't actually get down to the bottom of the challenge. So it says a word popular with young people is your answer, and we've got some numbers over here. So what we need to do is we need to decode these numbers into ASCII characters to get our answer. But before we do that, let's talk a little bit more about ASCII. Second Mind says, I'm a big fan of ASCIItable.com. I'm not sure if I've used that website before. Let me grab that link. Oh, this is pretty good. Yeah, okay. But let's talk about what's in the presentation. Okay, so in this challenge, we're told to interpret these numbers to form an answer. So at the most basic level, computers take instructions in long strings of binary numbers, that is zeros and ones. So for example, if a computer gets this string of binary numbers, so 11000001, it gets interpreted as a decimal number, the number 97, and the number 97, when interpreted as an ASCII character, becomes the capital letter A over here. So there's a bunch of different layers of representation. So the ASCII character capital A could be the decimal number 97, which could be the binary number 11000001. Didev says, I just type in man ASCII in a shell. Can you? I've never done that before. Hold on. Man ASCII. Huh, wow, that's pretty cool. Miscellaneous information manual, okay. So it actually tells you about ASCII here. I didn't know that this page existed. That's pretty cool, Didev. SysOS says there's an important reason why the binary of A is 11000001. Huh. I mean, is it more detailed than they all have to be binary numbers? Okay. I mean, I'm pretty sure SysOS did a little typo there, but it's fine. You read the text without decoding them from binary. Read the text without decoding them from binary. Can you explain? But yeah, it's pretty cool. They've got a lot of... This is a pretty cool man page. Let's get out of here. There's an ASCII command. Oh, okay. It's not installed. I wonder how much it takes to install this. Okay, so it needs 81 kilobytes. I mean, I think I can hack that. What is this video about? We're currently doing some very easy tech challenges. Okay, let's complete the challenge. So because binary numbers are hard for normal people to read, we can convert this binary number into a decimal that is a normal number. So this binary number becomes the number 97. And when the number 97 is converted to an ASCII, converted using ASCII encoding, the result is the letter A, so the capital letter A. So all letters, numbers, and symbols displayed by computers are encoded by some system, and ASCII encoding is one of the most common ones. So if you've got your numbers in, well, different types of numbers than the characters that are represented by them over here in the ASCII table. So I'm pretty sure I got the ASCII table from over here. Well, I mean, there's a bunch of these different ones. Oh, okay. So you're talking about the positions of the capital letters and the lowercase letters. The binary number for A is wrong on the slide. Did I get it wrong? Okay. Let me look it up here real quick. So let's see. Capital A is 00 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 zeros. Oh, you know what? I did screw it up. I think I only did 4 zeros. Yeah, this is only 4 zeros. There's supposed to be 5. But capital A and lowercase a only, let's see, only differ by 1 bit. I mean, that would make it a lot easier. Yeah, I was a bit. I was 1 off. Silly me. Okay. So for this challenge, what we need to understand is that we can convert these numbers to letters or symbols to arrive at the correct answer. So we can go back to the table here, and what all we need to do is we need to convert the numbers over into these characters. So the first number is 35, and 35 is the hash symbol. So that's the first one. And then 97. 97 is the lowercase letter a. And then 117 is U. And then 114 is the letter R. And then 97 is A again, because this is repeated twice. So the answer is hashtag Aura, which is something that young people talk about a lot these days. Okay, so let's go ahead and submit the answer. Okay, and Aura is correct. Aura is correct. All right, everybody, this was a guided walkthrough for the ASCII challenge over at the Hack the Web website. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Not actually out, but Emma Islam says, please. Hello, nice to see you here. Mr. Repo says, so computers use encoders to display binaries to the screen? I mean, the computer only knows ones and zeros. Where are we over here? Here. So the computer only gets these because, like, the actual information is represented as electronic pulses. And the electronic pulses are interpreted as either ones or zeros, either off or on. And it's these binary numbers that can get converted into other types of information that eventually make it onto the screen. Okay, please hack any social media. No phishing real way. No, we don't do social media hacking over here. Emma Islam. No, we don't do that. Sorry. We don't do criminal hacking here, thank you. Okay, so the last challenge we're going to be covering is the HTML challenge. So let's go back. Okay, and why do people want me to? Well, I mean, we're talking about hacking over here. We don't do anything illegal with that with our hacking. We do legal hacking, and we teach about hacking as a concept. We don't teach people to commit crimes, because that's not what we're all about here. Alright everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the HTML challenge from the Hack the Web platform. Alright, so for this challenge we need to read the description, and then we need to solve the challenge. So it says, hacking has opened my eyes, even at my age in my final days. Who would have thought I'd be as amazed as a child in a toy store again? Look at this website. What you see here is just the surface. Behind it, there's a whole world of technology. I used to think I'd never understand it. Today I know you don't have to get everything to be fascinated. Do what I do, click the button, dive into the source code, and find the answer inside this box. Okay, the Cyberbrain says, I hate HTML. I mean, HTML it's one of the most common protocols in, well, you know, in computing, because everything on the internet is written in HTML. Every website, every app incorporates some sort of, well, not every app uses HTML, but all your web pages, they all use HTML, so you have to get used to it. Okay, so let's so what they want us to do is they want us to click the button. They want us to find the answer inside the box. So I mean, if we just take a look at this box, there's nothing here, but there is the answer inside the source code. So I mean, we can click the button to see the source code, and it shows us all of the code that was used to create the page using the HTML language. So we see here that there is an answer inside the box here, inside the source code. But let's talk a little bit more about HTML. Let's see. SysOS says people hate HTML until they discover the alternatives, which are way worse. I mean, HTML is a relatively easy to understand programming language. Well, it's an easy to understand language compared to other programming languages. Anyways, okay. So hack the web HTML. In this challenge, we're told to click a button and dive into source code. So what is source code? Every web page has code associated with it, which instructs the web browser how to display the page. So the information that you see on your web page is not the information that is sent to the browser. The browser actually receives a bunch of code, and it's from this code that the browser creates the web page. So a common way to access a web page's source code is to right-click on the page and select View Page Source or something similar. So in most of your web browsers, you're going to be able to do this. So if we go over to this page, let's go back. So if you go over to this page and then right-click, you'll see a context menu, and then you can select View Page Source. And you're going to be able to see the code that was used to create the page. So if we go down here, we see the answer inside the box in the code. So specifically, we see it inside of these brackets over here, which is a comment. So comments inside of the code are a way of leaving little notes. Sometimes they explain what's going on inside the code, and sometimes they're just notes that developers leave to be able to keep track of some things. Okay, Didev says Control-U usually works too. Yeah. So if you go to the page one more time, you can also use a keyboard shortcut to access the source code. So in most browsers, it's going to be the Control button plus the U button on the keyboard, and that's going to get you your web page source as well. Okay, so let's go back. So one thing that you can include inside HTTP source code is comments. So everything between these symbols, so the arrow with the exclamation point, and then just another arrow that points over to this direction, this is considered a comment, which doesn't appear in the web browser, but can appear in the source code. Okay, so we've got our answer. The answer is hypertext. So just to make sure we don't misspell this, we can copy it, then go back to the challenge, paste in our answer, click on Go. Okay, and it's done. All right, everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the HTML challenge from the Hack the Web website. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Okay, so not out, of course. Once again, if you're interested in learning about all sorts of fun little tech concepts through easy challenges, I highly recommend this website. If you've got people who are like younger people who are interested in learning about tech, this is a really great introduction to a bunch of different tech topics. So I really like this website. Okay, HTML isn't a programming language. The only hack in HTML is the inputs, trying to get in front with SQL, inserting scripts. Most modern web are very well defended. I mean, HTML is a markup language. So markup languages are ways to format text. I guess Markdown is another like really popular markup language, but it's not a programming language in the traditional sense, but it is programming language adjacent, I'd say. Okay. Anyways, let's continue. I think we're about finished with this topic. We might be able to move into the next thing. Okay, Shadow Killer says, hey. CTFs are really fun. Shadow Killer, hello, nice to see you here. And I mean, if you wanted to do like a really, I wouldn't say that everything, all the challenges in the Hack the Web website are super easy. If you start doing these challenges long enough, if you progress down the path long enough, you'll eventually get to some really difficult challenges. You do need to do it quite a while to get there, but it's pretty fun to solve the challenges. I'll leave the link one more time. Okay, is Hack the Web more difficult than Try Hack Me? No, it's not. Raffy Ruff, I'd say that if you wanted a good candidate for like baby's first CTF challenge, Hack the Web is a pretty good candidate. Not that beginner level and easy is necessarily bad. It's just that it's very accessible. Anyways, let me go ahead and set up the next topic. So topic 2 is done. Topic 3 is here. And topic 4 is on deck. Link looks sus, not gonna lie. Well, it's like hack.arg.de, so it looks kind of suspicious. I mean, I'll vouch for the validity of the Hack the website. Okay, let me do a little bit of cleanup, and then we can move on. So we're done with this tab. We're done with this one. Yeah. Okay, and let's go ahead and move on into the next topic. So for the next topic, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be wrapping up our look at Linux OS operations, the basics. So I mean, I'm not teaching people how to be system administrators with Linux, but we're teaching people how to get around on the Linux command terminal. So all of the stuff that we're going to be referencing today can be located over here. Don't forget the clock. Thank you for reminding me of that. Okay, so let's do 60 minutes. Okay, so this is going to be very. We're gonna try to take it easy over here. If you have any questions about anything we're doing or about anything about working on the Linux terminal in general, let us know in the chat. I'm not an expert in Linux, but I have been using Linux for the last 4 years on a nearly daily basis. So I'm pretty used to using the terminal. Okay, so this is HackerFrogs AfterSchool Linux Basics Part 5. This is our wrap-up. And this is the last class we're going to be doing on Linux before we move on into the next topic. And the next topic is going to be Python programming. So it's going to be a big crash course. Anyways, let's begin. SysOS says, there are Linux experts in the chat on Discord, though. Yeah, I mean, if you have any questions about Linux, there's probably someone here who can answer the questions. Even if it's like a more advanced kind of question about Linux. Okay, what did we learn in the previous workshop? Hey there, HackerFrogs! This is the 5th Intro to Linux OS Operations workshop. In the previous workshop, we learned about the following Linux commands. We learned about the help flag. So the help flag can be used as part of any command to return a relatively brief explanation as to how to use the command. So for any command, you can bring up your help flag. For example, the cat command, if you wanted to know something about that. You can bring up the help flag. It shows you about some common arguments or flags you can run with it. Or if you wanted to know about, I don't know, the make dir command, make directory command, it'll give you some help text on how to use the command there. DieDev says, what does it mean to be a Linux expert? Would you say that you need to have contributed code to the Linux kernel in order to be considered a Linux expert? I mean, my definition of a Linux expert, I'm not. I mean, there has to be some sort of certificate. There are certifications out there that for Linux. I'd say that if you're able to, if you feel very comfortable inside of Linux and you're able to do most of your administration commands and set up services and stuff like that, that might qualify you as a Linux expert. Okay, CJ Web Design. Hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Okay, so that was the help flag. So we also learned about a few different commands: the copy command, the move command. These are commands we use a lot to copy files between directories or to move files from one directory to another directory. Second of mine says, Hetanis, that dude lives and breathes Linux. Hetanis, yeah, he's on the list, right? The InfoSec streams list. So if you ever want to learn about different people who do cybersecurity content on Twitch and on YouTube, there's a list of those creators over here. I think the only one guy that knows more about Linux than Hetanis is Linus Torvalds. Hetanis is here. Yeah, let's give him a shout out. There you go. Emma says, Over the Wire, Bandit challenges are a good Linux tutorial. I mean, I'd say that Bandit's pretty good, and HackMyVM, like, Venus is really good for learning about, for little challenges that use Linux commands. But I think I've got them in my resources here for Linux. Kind of getting ahead of ourselves talking about other Linux education resources. My goal is to get to John Hammond level. I mean, my goal is to get to John Hammond level as far as number of people who watch my YouTube videos. But no, John Hammond is he's been in the game for like over 20 years. Over 20 years? I think he started his YouTube channel as like a teenager. I think he's been at this for like a decade or so. Anyways, let's continue. Okay, the move command, the copy command. We also talked about Linux file permissions. So inside of Linux, normal users inside of Linux really don't have to worry too much about Linux file permissions, as long as they're working with their own files. If they start working with system files or files that belong to other users, you're going to run into problems with Linux file permissions. And each file in the Linux file system is different. Read, write, and execute permissions depending on whether a user is the file owner, part of a certain group, or any other user. These are the file permissions grouped into 3 letters over here. And you just need to pay attention to what you can and can't do. Most of the time, if you don't have access to a certain command or a certain file, there's probably a good reason. We talked about some noteworthy Linux file directories. We don't need to know, as regular users, we don't need to know about every single common directory in Linux, but some of the more important ones we should pay attention to are stuff like the etc directory, where system files and passwords are stored, the var directory, where log files and database files are stored, the root directory, which is typically the folder with the most secure access because it's the home directory for the root user, who is the super user. The temp directory, where all the files are deleted on a regular basis. And thank you very much, Green Digital, for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. So one thing we need to keep in mind with the temporary directory is that most of the time, everybody has access to the files in that directory, which means if you want a place to write your files, the temp directory is probably a good place to try it. Okay, Second of Mind says, these are definitely key for cyber on both offense and defense. I mean, these are common directories we should pay attention to. Also, the home directories over here, where individual user account files are stored. Each user on the system is going to have a directory in the home directory where they can store all their regular files. SysOS says, temp can have special permissions so that you can only access your own files. I mean, there are... Sometimes the temp directory is also non-listable. Sometimes you're not able to really look inside the temp directory. This is usually stuff that they, like a permission that they set on like CTF servers, so that the temp directory, which is pretty often used for writing files, you don't see all the mess that's in there. Okay, so let's access a Linux console. So we can access a web-based Linux console for our educational needs at the following URL. So this is a very fun resource to use if you don't have access to a Linux console yourself. And it's over here at JS Linux, bellard.com, bellard.org. JS Linux. So this website hosts a number of web accessible Linux consoles. SysOS says, I often use the dev shm for such things. That's the other common directory used for writing stuff. Yeah. And thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube Entertainment. Thank you. Okay, so JS Linux is it's a fun little web accessible Linux console. Well, I mean, there's full graphical versions as well. We'll just use this link right here. Click. So if you don't have access to a Linux machine, you can always use one over here. Dynev says, if you use Nano in the online Linux box, can you use Control-W to search without deleting the browser tab? That's a good question. I don't think I've tried that before. Anyways, okay. We'll try that out when we get there. But thanks for letting me know about that, Dynev. Okay, so let's talk about what we're going to be covering today. Terminal text editors. So everybody's got a favorite terminal text editor in the Linux world. If you're a newbie, then I recommend you use the Nano text editor. But from time to time, we're gonna need to write new files or modify existing ones. To do so, we need to use Linux's text editors. So two commonly installed text editors on Linux systems are Nano and Vim. We're going to talk about both of these. I hope that there are no fanatics in the chat who are ready to pounce on me. You only need etcd to edit text. Well, I mean, if you know how to use it, sure. What do you mean, Linux newbie? Linux newbie, Nano? Yeah. Well, I mean, Linux newbies should use Nano. But of course, you can learn other text editors as well. So Nano is one of the more straightforward and user-friendly of the two text editors we're going to be learning about today. So the easiest way to access a file inside of Nano, we're just going to go over to our terminal here. So in the terminal, we've got these two files. Say we wanted to create a new file, we would just type in the word nano, and then the name of the file name that we want to create. So if we wanted to make a file called test.txt, we just type in nano space test.txt. Okay, and then we wait for the thing to start up. Okay, so we've got our Nano text editor here. And we can immediately start typing. So let's just say we want to start typing a novel. I'm writing a novel. Oops, it's not how you spell writing. A novel on Nano. This is awesome. So easy and fun to use. Okay. And Hex Psycho has rated with a party of 8. Welcome in, Raiders. And thank you very much. So Vim key bindings are so epic. I mean, I only know very, very basic commands with Vim, but I hear a lot of people really like it. But welcome in, Raiders. Hex Psycho, let me give you a shout out. There you go. And Hex Psycho, what were you getting up to on your channel? Let us know. Okay, and why are Emacs keybinds superior? Well, this is what I was afraid of. I was afraid to spark a text editor war in the chat. Anyways, so after we've typed out whatever we wanted to type out in Nano, when we want to save the file, we use the keyboard shortcut over here. So the caret character here stands for control. So Control X is going to exit the program. So we do Control X. It asks if you want to save the modified buffer. So Y for yes, N for no. So modified buffer just means, do you want to save the file? So you type Y for yes, and then you need to put in the file name. So most of the time you just need to hit enter to save the file as whatever you want to, and then you can clear the screen, and we see that we've got a file called test.txt that we just created. Okay, and yeah, so what? Oh, Hexpsycho says we did the watcher box from Hack the Box. Awesome, awesome. What kind of stuff do you deal with there, or what was the what was the hack? So cat test.txt, we see that we've got whatever we wrote out into Nano, and we can go back into the file using Nano, and we can edit it however we want. So if we want to edit the file, we can, well, let's just say we want to edit hello.c. We would do nano hello.c, and then we can start editing the C file. So the interesting thing about the Nano text editor is that it also does, what was it? Context highlighting. So it basically makes it a little bit easier to write code. Not that I would recommend Nano for heavy code writing, but it is possible. So if we wanted to print out something different, we don't want to print out hello world, we want to print out HackerFrogs rule. Okay, and then we save that, and then we compile it. And then we run the binary. Just as, well, not that this is kind of outside of what we're supposed to be doing, but anyways. Oh, you were doing SQL stuff. Okay, thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, Diego. Thank you. Code highlighting or context highlighting is not enabled by default on most distros. Is it not? Okay. Hexpsycho says time-based. Oh, time-based blind SQL injection. That doesn't sound well. That is not very fun to do manually. Login script interception in PHP. Through was easy once you figured out the rest. But yeah, I mean, especially when you're dealing with blind injections and time-based injections, you definitely want to be using your tooling. So using something like SQL map. I'm assuming that you were using SQL map and not doing it manually. Well, I mean, you could use like a Python script as well. Anyways, that was the Nano text editor. Okay, the other text editor that we encounter very frequently on Linux systems is the Vim text editor. So Vim is a more complicated text editor, but is very favored by Linux power users who can make use of its advanced features. I mean, I'm not a person who uses a lot of Vim, but one thing you have to understand about Vim is that before you can start typing into your document, you have to use the I button on the keyboard, and to save the file, you have to hit escape to get out of the I or input mode, and then you have to type :WQ to write out and then quit. Okay, SysOS says it's good to have done at least once by hand or with custom tools. I mean, it is important to know the concept of SQL injection and doing it manually before relying on your tools, but yeah, after you learn how to do it once, you don't need to go back. SysOS says you could also use the older Vi, which is even more painful. I mean, as far as I know, Vi and Vim use the same shortcuts for saving and quitting, and the same I for input mode. So, okay, let's demonstrate this. So we'll go back into our terminal here, and I think we'll make this a little bit smaller. Yeah, okay. So in here, let's say we wanted to create a new file called HackerFrogs.txt. So vim HackerFrogs.txt to create the file and get into the Vim text editor. Okay, we should have this coming back to us in just a second. Okay, so right now we're in, the command mode where we can do stuff like save the file, write the file, run different commands. So Vim is it's a pretty powerful program. You can do a lot of stuff with it. But for newbies, it can be a little bit intimidating because there's a lot more to know. So to start typing anything into our document, we need to type the I. Just hit I on your keyboard to go into, oh, it's called insert mode. Okay. So once we're in insert mode, we can start typing. So I'm using the Vim text editor to make this document. It is very powerful and has a lot of good functions for text editing. Okay, so after we've typed out everything we want to do in the document, we can go back into the command mode. I'm not too sure if it's actually called command mode, but we can get out of insert mode by hitting the escape key on the keyboard. So that's usually gone beyond the upper left corner of your keyboard, and then we can save the file. So to save the file, we do colon, and then W, and then Q. Well, W is going to write the file, which means save the file. Q is going to quit the program. We can combine these two to do colon WQ to write and quit. Okay, so afterwards it says HackerFrogs.txt has been written, and if we take a look at our contents here of the directory, we've got the stuff that we created in here using the Vim text editor. You mistyped painful there. That's I really don't want to offend anybody. There are a lot of people who are super passionate about Vim. Okay, let's so say we want to edit this again. We'll do this one more time. So Vim space. Let's say we want to edit bench.py, the Python file here. So Vim bench.py. Okay, and okay. So we got like a Fibonacci sequence or something. Thank you very much, Armor Mohammed El Sadani, for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. Okay, so what is happening in the script? So let's see. Fibonacci n, if n is less than 2, return n. Return fib. Oh, this is... Okay. It's always fun when a function references itself. Okay, n equals 25, and then do the thing. Okay, so what if we wanted to go in here and we wanted to edit some of these numbers, right? Remember that you can't actually type anything until you hit the I button on the keyboard inside of Vim. So once it says insert over at the bottom of the page, then you can actually start typing. So let's edit this. Let's do Fibonacci n equals 250. That's going to be a lot of output. So after we're done editing, hit the escape key and then save it out and quit with colon WQ. So the interesting thing about these commands inside of Vim is that you're going to see a lot of other programs in Linux that have the same sort of command shortcuts. So you hit the colon button on the keyboard to start the commands, and usually Q is going to let you quit out. Okay, recursion. No beef against Vim, only against people who try to force on to others. Vim has a very passionate fan base. Okay, so if we wanted to run the bench.py file, we would run python bench.py, just like this. And I'm pretty sure it's just Python and not Python 3, but we'll see what happens. It doesn't seem very responsive. Okay, so SysOS says, let's see. Vi was made for a system that did not have any cursor keys. It uses some characters on the home row. Oh, okay. So you can use the some keyboard buttons for the arrow keys. All right. Anyways, let's move on to the next thing. So we've got a few more things to cover today. Thank you very much, Saint of Vice, for raiding with the party of 2. Saint of Vice, I see you in a lot of other InfoSec streamers live streams, but what were you covering today? And welcome in, raiders. Zeno Tessedro, hello, nice to see you here. Saint of Vice worked. Oh, okay. What were you working on? I don't know if I can give you a shout out. Let me give it a try. There you go. Okay, so we talked about the Nano text editor. We talked about the Vim text editor. Um, in Nano, the major shortcut you need to remember is the Control X shortcut that lets you exit the file and also lets you save. Inside of the Vim text editor, you need to know about the difference between insert mode and command mode. And if you want to quit out of Vim, you use :WQ. Okay, just checking the ground on BSDs. BSDs, are you talking about BSD Unix or something else? Oh, NetBSD, yeah, okay, you're talking about, all right. Okay, so the Vi text editor. On older systems, both Vim and Nano may be absent, but Vim's predecessor, Vi, may be present. Its basic functions are very similar to Vim. Just a second, everybody. I need to take a little drink of water. Just a sec. Okay, Canbui asks, is it spring in Canada? Yeah, it is very spring right now in Canada right now. Okay, so the next thing, so Vi it's present on most Linux distributions and as like a backup. So we could do, let's do Vi on test.txt. Okay, and this is just like, well, the shortcuts, most of the shortcuts are just like Vim. This is Vi. It is an older text editor. And then we hit escape to get out of insert mode. We do :WQ. And we created a file using Vi. Awesome. Inside Vim, you can use set number to get line numbers and set no number to remove line numbers. Von Bork, hello, nice to see you here. And I didn't know about that. Huh. Let's give it a try. So we do Vim test.txt, and then we do set numbers. Set number. Okay. So we get line numbers like this. And then we can unset these line numbers with the set no numbers. Okay, and that removes the line numbers. So let's just quit out of here. So you can do the same thing inside of, we can also get line numbers inside of Nano. It's something that not too many people know about, but you need to do nano-l and the name of your text file. So this is how you get line numbers inside the Nano text editor. Anyways, so the next thing we're going to be talking about is wget. So downloading public files is easy with wget. All we need to do is have the link to the file. So we do wget and then the link to the file. So wget and then space and then your file address. So let's just say we wanted to get the robots.txt file from Google. Google robots.txt is this file. If we grab this, and then we go over to wget, just type in wget, copy in your file address, and that'll download the file. So it is very easy peasy lemon squeezy downloading files with Linux. Okay, Germanis, hello, nice to see you here. Linux terminal and bash scripting is hard. I mean, bash scripting it definitely takes some getting used to. It's pretty similar to, well, as far as like creating functions and doing loops and stuff like that, it's pretty similar to other programming languages. But if you're not used to programming in general, it can be a bit difficult. SysOS says there's also a config line in Nano for line numbers. I didn't know about that either. Can you swim? I don't know. I don't see how that's super relevant to what we're doing. Anyways. wget. Managing processes. So processes are basically running programs on the operating system. So ongoing programs running on Linux are called processes, and the current process on the system can be retrieved using the ps command. So process ps gives you a list of the processes. For example, these are the current processes. Well, these are not all the processes, but our current user is just using these two processes. So the ZSH shell and the process command itself. Okay, and so if we know the PID for a process, we can remove it with the kill command. So kill and then the process ID number. So I mean, if we've got like a really long running command, like let's suppose we're running like a really long find command. So find name, and we look for some fictitious name like this does not exist .txt. So if we run this command, we see that it's been given a process number of 14844, and if we take a look at our processes, we see that the find command has this process ID number. So if we wanted to, oh, it already finished. If we wanted to kill this process, we have to run the kill command and then give the process ID number. So let's run it again. Okay, and if we want to, what would be like a much longer command? I know, let's do the grep command. So if we run grep r, and we look for everything with this does not exist pattern, like this. Whoops, that's not how you do it. Okay, and this is going to be a much longer running command. We see that the process is over here, it's grep. If we wanted to kill this, we would run kill and then the process number, and that terminates the process. Sleep 3600 runs for an hour. Okay. That's what I should use from now on. Actually, let's try that. Sleep 3600. So this is just going to wait for 3,600 seconds. So we can see here that there's the sleep command that's running, and if we wanted to kill it, we just need to use the process ID number. So kill, and then this. Okay. Most of the time, when you're a regular user on a Linux system, you don't need to really care too much about running processes, but you do need to pay attention to what processes are and how to interact with them. Okay, so kill. If we know that the PID of a process, we can remove it with the kill command. So of course you can't kill processes that you don't have permissions, that you don't have access to, or if the process was created by another user, you might not be able to kill the process. Okay, checking if a program exists with the which command. So the which command can be used to check where a program is located. If there's no output, it's possible that this program is not installed. So if we want to know where the Python command is, where the cat command is, where any other command is, we would just use which, and then space, and then the name of the program. So for example, if we wanted to know which Python, it tells us where the Python program is located. Do we have any challenges today? Yeah, we're going to be doing this challenge later. Let me grab it for you. It's going to have me log in again. Hold on. So we're going to be doing this machine later. So this is a Linux network box challenge, and we're going to be doing this in about 2 hours. Anyways, we got ads running right now. We're just going to take a little break while the ads run on Twitch. And in the meantime, let's watch some birds. Okay, so here are the birds. We will be back in about 50 seconds, but enjoy the birds and the music. I'm just going to take a little water break. Okay, let's put the birds away. Let's get back to the lesson. Okay, so we were talking about with the which command. The which command is very useful to figure out if a particular piece of software is installed on the system. So we can do which Python, which bash. It tells you where the command lives. If you type in the command and nothing shows up, that probably means that the particular command or the particular program is not installed. The ingenuity of that feeder. Thank you. I created it out of an old code rack. Anyways, so that's the which command. It comes in very handy to figure out if stuff exists on the system or not. Not every Linux system is going to have the same commands. For example, a very common command we use to figure out what the file contents are for a particular file is like the file command itself. But there's a lot of systems where the file command doesn't exist, so it's good to be able to check. Is your health better now? It's better than it was last week for sure. I will start using Twitch so I can have bird emojis. Thank you. Okay. Okay, so the which command, installing new programs. So although different Linux distributions use different methods of installing programs, Debian-based distributions like Ubuntu and Kali Linux use the apt program to install new programs. So depending on which type of Linux distribution you're dealing with, they've got different package managers that you use to install programs. But some of the most commonly used ones, like Ubuntu and Kali, are based on Debian, which is a really popular distribution of Linux, and you would do apt to install programs. So apt for application something. Maybe a good caveat to know with which it only looks in your currently configured path. I mean, yeah. So the path is like a list of directories where the Linux system will look for commands. So if you want to be able to run a command from your terminal, you have to make sure that it exists inside of these directories. Wild Radio, thank you very much for the bird emotes. Okay, so installing new programs, you would use the apt command. And so, like, for instance, if I wanted to install the Tor command for doing the onion router, like, you know, dark web stuff, I would run something like this. So sudo apt install Tor. It'll ask me for my password. Ah, okay, I already installed Tor. Okay, let's say another program. Let's say I want to install Firefox. No, Chrome. Okay, what's another program I could do? So let's say I want to install, I think I've got Go. Unable to locate package Go. Okay, so Go. What's a package we could try installing? T-Shark? Yeah, we could try T-Shark. So I don't have T-Shark. So it tells me the following packages were automatically installed, no longer required. Okay, great. So the other thing we want to understand when we're installing programs is that programs have to be part of them. The program that you want to install has to be part of the package for your particular Linux distribution if you want to install it. So different Linux distributions have different packages that are available to it. Of course, if you wanted to install something that is outside of your distribution's packages, you can still do that. It's just a little bit more complicated. Okay, it says that you need this much space. To install it, you would type yes for continue. We're not going to, of course, because we're not going to install it, but this is what it looks like. Woah Radio says the hummingbirds that live in my yard are a little bit well, hummingbirds aren't exactly the friendliest birds to each other, especially. And if you want them to be less, well, if you want them to be a little bit more friendly, you'd have to give them more than one feeder. Because if you only have one feeder, they're gonna fight for it. Anyways, let's put on some new music. How about this music here? Okay, so what is our next concept? Installing new programs. Installing new programs is generally easier to do on Linux than it is on Windows. You just have to type in, it's usually like a shorter process. Okay, so another thing we need to keep in mind when we're doing, while we're wrapping up is we need to understand networking commands. So inside of Linux, if you want to know your networking information, for example, your IP address or the IP address for the router, this kind of stuff, you'd use the ifconfig command. There's a couple of commands we could use. The ifconfig command is used to return networking information for the system, including its IP address and MAC address. So if we were over here and we do ifconfig, it'll give us information about all of our networking interfaces. So, I mean, I've got a lot of different interfaces here, but for example, we got an internet, or we got an IP address for this interface, ETH0. We also have a MAC address. Where's our MAC address? Yeah, right. So this is our MAC address. This is our internet version 6 address over here. And let's see. So this is how you get your networking information with Linux. So ifconfig is the older command. The newer command that we use is IP. So to get your information with the IP command, you just type in IPA. And IPA will give you the same sort of information that the if command command does, but it's generally considered to be the easier program to use. It's also a little bit newer. Truth be told, I'm not really too sure what the difference is between the output of if command and IPA, but you just need to be able to use them to find this information. Zeno Tesedro says, if command still makes it a little bit easier to do some funky networking stuff like forcing Ethernet modes or whatever. Bridges everywhere. They both have the same level of details, just different ways of getting them. Sunbirds are beautiful nectar-feeding birds too. I've never heard of sunbirds before. Okay, so that's the networking information. So ifconfig. Another thing that we can do on Linux is we can create a simple HTTP server. So if you ever wanted to do like simple network CTF exercises where you need to move files around, you can use Python to serve files to the internet using the simple HTTP server module, although it should be confined to local network use. You never want to expose your Linux machine to the internet using this kind of method because while everything that is sent over the server it's HTTP, and that means it's not secure, and that means that everything is visible to people who sniff the traffic. Okay, so I mean we can we'll demonstrate this real quick. So Python -m http.server on port 80. So what this does essentially is it serves everything in the current directory to the network. So if we were to go over here, we would see the contents of this directory here. So copy this, go over to our server. Let's do it over here. Okay, so we see here that we've got our directory. We got our robots.txt file that we downloaded earlier and the test.txt file that we created. And we also have a chatting.txt swap file. So swap files are created by text editors. These are temporary files that are kept just in case the program crashes. Okay, let's see. Zeno says, I have a pair of eastern phoebes that have been summering on my front porch for years. Love the little cuties. They've had like 5 or 6 birds in that nest or something. Zeno, they probably go back to that same nest because they never have problems with predators and stuff. So that's a good thing for them. Okay, so the next thing we're looking at is netstat. So netstat, this command is used to retrieve network connections. So this is a very useful command to use if you want to know what networking ports are exposed. So in this case, we only have one port that is listening. So normally what you'd do is you'd run the command and it would be able to tell you what services are listening on... Well, actually, it doesn't necessarily tell you what service it is, but it does tell you which ports are in use by your different networking interfaces. Okay, so that was netstat. There's also sudo, the super command. So if you're working a lot with Linux, you need to know about this command. So the sudo command can be added to any other command and allows the command to be executed in the context of the root user. So most of the time, so sudo is kind of it's something you really need to understand when you're using Linux. If you have to run a command as sudo, it's usually because you're interacting with sensitive parts of the file system, or you're doing commands that are usually restricted to the highest level of users. If you don't want to run the sudo command, you can basically become the root user, and then you can run everything in the context of root. This is not recommended. I usually use ss instead of netstat. So sysOS is... netstat is the older command, for sure. So ss... I'm not really too sure how to use the ss command very well. But it's considered the newer command to use if you want to get information about networking information about stuff like what ports are listening or connected. But netstat is the older command. sysOS says you should never use sudo without knowing if you need it. If there's a better way of doing it, you should use that. So generally, you need to use the sudo command for any file that is located in the etc directory. So the etc directory is the directory with all of your system configurations, and everything. Well, the entire directory is owned by root, which means that if you want to interact with anything in this directory, you need to be running a sudo command. So for example, if I want to take a look at the etc host file, which has the information about all of the different the different IP addresses that resolve to different domains over here, I can read it just fine, but since this is in the etc directory, it's owned by root. If I wanted to edit this file, I would need to run the sudo command. So if I wanted to just nano etc hosts, it says it's unwritable because, well, we didn't run this command as sudo. But if we wanted to edit this, we would have to run sudo nano instead, and now we can start messing around with the configuration file here. Okay, let's move on. So sudo the super command. So sudo needs to be used whenever we try to access or modify systems files or directories. So for example, we got the etc shadow file, which has all of your password hashes. So permission denied if you tried to cat that normally, but if you use sudo to cat it, or to read it rather, then you can do it. So let me demonstrate over here. Okay, so in this terminal, if I want to, actually we're running as the root user here, so we're not going to need to use the sudo command. Huh. Oh, you know what? There's we can create another user. Hold on. So making a new user in JS Linux. So we can just copy this command, which creates a regular user called HackerFrog. So let me just copy this, go back to the terminal, paste it in. Okay. Does it feel like running the command? Let's make this a little bit bigger. Okay, so this is done. So we created a new user called HackerFrog, and I think we can become that user. So this is another thing we need to understand. If you want to switch users from one to another, you have to use the su command. So su stands for switch user, and I think it stands for switch user, but switch user and then the name of the user you want. So HackerFrog. That should change our context. So now we're the HackerFrog user. Okay, because we're the HackerFrog user and we're in the root directory, we can't read this directory anymore. So if we do ls, it says permission denied, because, well, this is the root directory and the HackerFrog user doesn't have access to it. So if we wanted to, but if we run like sudo ls, it's going to ask us for the password. We don't have the root user password for this. Oh, you know what? We've got the password for HackerFrog. It's frogpass. Do we have? Okay. So HackerFrog is in the sudo group. So HackerFrog can run sudo. Good thing too. Anyways, so because we're trying to interact with root-owned stuff, we need to use sudo. So if we try to cat etc shadow to see the password hashes, we get permission denied. But if we sudo it, sudo cat etc shadow, then we can read it. So basically, anytime you have to use the sudo command, you have to understand why you're using the sudo command. And just understand that when you're using the sudo command to run commands, there is the possibility that you could modify system files, and that would be a really bad thing. linp's time. Yep. Okay. Nightcry says, fun, I'm actually working on the beginner CTF right now to have a pretend shell to hide flags in. Let me know what CTF game you're doing. Glitchcore, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Thanto says, use Vim for us, Mr. Frog. I demonstrated Vim a little bit earlier today. Okay. All right. Anyways, I think there's like maybe one or two more things I've got to demonstrate here today. So sudo the super command. Generally, only system administrator accounts should be allowed to use sudo with all the commands. So, I mean, if you're running like Kali Linux, the default Kali user is part of the sudo group, and they can run any command. And but sometimes the sudo command can give you more granular use of the sudo command. It's just something you need to be aware that when you're using sudo, you could be interacting with stuff you shouldn't be. Anyways, okay. So if you need to use sudo, we should always try to understand why we need to use it. So here is the classic example, rm-rf, the root directory to delete everything. Generally, you wouldn't be able to run this command unless you run it as sudo, since it means we're interacting with sensitive files or directories. Okay, let's see. Netcrest has a CTF of our local conference, and now that we're officially revolving B-sides, gotta make one for that also. Been watching you for ideas, thank you. Yeah, I mean, I've got all sorts of fun... Hold on. I've got all sorts of fun platforms that I use if you wanted to get some ideas for CTF stuff. Okay, so is there anything else? The summary, okay. So let's review the Linux commands we learned in this workshop. So Linux is an ongoing process. You'll never learn it all in a day. You might not be able to learn it all in a year if you were to use it for a year. It's all about learning little bits and pieces as you go along. So we learned about terminal text editors. These are very important for learning how to edit documents inside of Linux. So there's Nano and Vim. Basically, these are two very common ones. So we learned about managing processes, use the ps command. You can also kill processes that are running with the kill command over here. We've got the ifconfig command for looking at networking configurations. Learn it all? Never. Yeah, I mean, you can learn enough to feel comfortable with Linux, but there's way too much stuff to know. You can spend 20 years learning Linux and still learn new things. I believe that. Oh, no worries, Aiden. No worries at all. Okay, so we can create simple HTTP services. We can get the networking information for running services with netstat. We learned about sudo, the super command. If you're running sudo, there's got to be a reason why you have to run the thing as sudo. The alternative to running sudo is to just become the root user. The problem with running everything as the root user is that sometimes you might not be super careful while you're running as the root user and delete something that you shouldn't be deleting, or modifying stuff that you shouldn't be modifying. The other thing about running as the root user on your Linux system is that, let's see, so if we move into the temp directory over here, we see that everything in here was created by like a low-level user, the shy hat. If we create any files inside of, well, if we create any files, they automatically belong to the root user, which means that you have to have elevated access to access it. Root has special rights, it's dangerous. Let's see, I'm a simple man, I use gedit for my notes. I mean, use whatever program is the most comfortable for you. So if we echo, this file is owned by root, and we output it to root test.txt. Now we've got a file that's owned by root. If we switch over to our regular user, we can no longer regularly, well, we can read it. Okay, we can read this text file, we can't write to the text file. So if we wanted to modify this, so we can't write to this because it's owned by root. Okay, Aiden asks, what programming language are you doing right now? So we're just doing some Linux terminal stuff, so bash. Mind if you do sudo-l? I just joined. We're not really doing a CTF challenge right now, but if we listed out our sudo permissions for this user, this is an administrator level user, so we can do all. AI agents love chmod 777. That's great. You may think you're not root till you give it permissions to do so or something. I mean, the thing is that sometimes you might expect that you don't have access to something, but it's not always the case. So you have to do your checking, your due diligence. So sudo the superman. What's next? So this is the final Linux OS operations workshop. I hope you had fun learning about this popular alternative OS to the likes of Windows and Mac OS. If you're learning about security, you're probably going to learn quite a bit about Linux because the most popular distribution for learning security stuff is Kali Linux. And Kali Linux is Linux, which means you need to learn how to use Linux to use the security operating system. I mean, Kali Linux is, you can find it over here. And I've actually got a YouTube video that teaches you how to get your own version of the Kali Linux operating system. Let me grab you the link for that right now. Okay, so let me grab that. It's over here. So if you want to learn about how to create your own Kali Linux virtual machine, you can watch this video. SysOS says, Linux is the OS that brought us to Mars. The others are alternatives in my humble opinion. I can even have Kali on my Raspberry Pi. Well, I mean, if your Raspberry Pi is sufficiently powerful, then yeah. Okay, so anyways, that is the end of this topic. Let me reset my... Okay, so topic 4 is here, and topic 5 is on deck. Zeno says, if you consider non-desktop computers, Linux is the most popular by far. Yeah, I mean, I agree, and I think that, I mean, I have a lot of fun with Linux. Sometimes I think to myself, I wish I could switch completely over to Linux, but there are some things that there are some applications that are really convenient that I like that are only on Windows. But anyways, so the next thing we're going to do is we're going to do some challenges over at this website. It's called UnderTheWire.tech, and we're going to be learning about PowerShell. Do not forget the clock. Thank you. Thank you for the reminder. So 60 minutes on the clock. We're going to be doing this for about an hour, and then we're going to be rolling on into our last topic of the day, which is going to be about 2 hours or so. Okay, so we're going to be learning about PowerShell. PowerShell is the scripting language that Windows uses. Okay, but before we go, what are we going to be doing about next time? So we're going to be continuing with our HackerFrogs AfterSchool classes, and in the next workshop, we're going to be starting a new course, and it's going to be on programming. So we're going to be programming using Python, and this is a course that's got the beginner in mind. If you've never programmed before, we're going to be getting hands-on with the Python programming language, and it's going to be the first class is going to be the next stream, which is going to be on Friday. So if you don't know about our schedule, you can find our current schedule over here. Okay, Lenham, hey, nice to see you here. I don't know if you've been trying things while the chat explains. You learn more if you keep a terminal open and try things as you go. Goodbye and see you next time. Thanks for coming by, Lenham. And yeah, Lenham, if you've got a new box, if you've got a new CTF box that you put out, please let us know, because I always enjoy doing your CTF boxes. Okay, so yeah, on Friday we're going to be doing Python Basics Session 1. So we're going to get hands-on with Python, and that's going to be on Friday. Okay, let's do Under the Wire. So Under the Wire is we're going to be learning about PowerShell, and PowerShell is a different scripting language. Let's see. So the current game we're doing is called Under the Wire Sentry, and while we're going through these challenges, you can join along with us. So the SSH command we use to access the challenges over here. PowerShell are what nightmares are made of. Okay, Vera Machines and Volnix and the Hackers Labs. The last one is Volnix Shadow Blocks. Oh, thank you very much, Lenham. You know what? Let's keep that in mind. So volnix.com shadow blocks. Here it is. Oh, it's an easy level machine too. Yeah, I always have a lot of fun doing these machines. But let's take a look. So if you want to give this a try yourself, it's over here. Okay, so that's the SSH command we would use to access the current level we're looking at. And the password for the level is 696. Zeno says, heading out, always appreciate your organization, vibes and burbs. Have a good one. See you later, Zeno, and thanks for coming by. Okay, so we're going to use SSH to access the box. So you might be able to use, if you don't have access to like a terminal, you might be able to, actually, even if you're using Windows, so if you're using Windows, you should be able to use the command line to use SSH. You would do cmd from your search, and then you'd be able to open up a command line to use SSH. So even if you're on Windows, you can access these levels here. So 696. Okay, so after you log in, you're now inside of a PowerShell terminal here. And what we need to do is we need to figure out what the level objective is. So let's go ahead and do that. Okay, let me get out of here. A bunch of windows that I'm not using right now. Let's get rid of some of these. Okay, we're gonna write a little description for how we solve these levels. Over here, it's called a write-up. And while you're learning about security, about any tech topic really, and you're doing some exercises to complete the challenges, I suggest documenting what you do on each one of these challenges, because it's the way you remember the stuff that you did previously. Okay, so the password for Century 10 is a 161st word within the file on the desktop. So we need to find some way to use PowerShell to fulfill this. Okay. Let's says, can you make it live about PowerShell backdoor creation? I mean, I'm not really much of a PowerShell expert myself, so this is where I try to challenge myself and the other people who are in the chat to learn more about PowerShell. Important note, the password will be lowercase no matter how it appears on the screen. Okay, so let's go back here. So the description for the level is this. So we need to use PowerShell to read the file on the desktop and locate the 161st word. So if we go back here, okay, so wordfile.txt, it's a pretty big file. So we need to figure out how to only pull out specific words or specific positions inside of the text files here. So if we just type it out, we just have a bunch of words. So if we know that everything is separated by spaces, this makes it a lot easier. 2131 bytes, not that big. I mean, we also need to keep in mind that any skills that we learn, we should be able to scale. So even if the files were really big, we should be able to use the tools to get the job done. Music is a delight. Wild Radio, yeah, this is from the FTL game. It's one of my favorites. Aladdin, hello, nice to see you here, and thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so generally, what we want to do is we want to figure out how to do the stuff. So, I mean, we're using PowerShell. I mean, this is where LLMs really come in handy. We could directly ask inside the LLM here. It would get us our answer very quickly, of course. The LLMs are actually getting the information from their training data, and most of their training data comes from like publicly available internet sources. So stuff like Stack Overflow. So if the file gets like gigabytes big, it becomes harder to use many tools. That's true because it has to run through the tool has to run through the entire file. There has to be some sort of fun medium there, right? So search the web. PowerShell, retrieve specific word, specific position word in file. Of course, anytime you type out like a long search prompt, the AI is gonna come, is gonna come up to assist you. But if you want to ignore this, you can just go down, read text file, and check for value in specific position. So I need to loop through multiple text files and check for the value in position 7 of each line of text and replace it with the something when found. I mean, the easy way to do it is just to use the AI overview over here, but I mean, it got most of its answers from stuff like Stack Overflow. LLMs can also pull from current data in some cases. I mean, let's just try to look at the Stack Overflow over here. So get child item is, well, it's basically how to read files. So get child item clear. Yeah. So get child item word file.txt, and then we need to do something to this, right? So let's take a look at the answers. So lines equals get content path raw, and then replace. So I mean, we're not really doing replace, but we are pulling it out. So how do you... This isn't exactly what we're looking for. Duck. Hello, duck. I'm a frog. Hello, duck. What is up? So get child item gets the listing of a directory in this case. Oh, get content. It should be get content instead, right? Whoops, here. So not get child item, but get content. So a lot of people complain about the verbosity of PowerShell. All the commands are super long, but I mean, PowerShell kind of has some stuff in common with C#, right? Because they're both products that Microsoft created to address this kind of you know what? One thing that I didn't understand is that that I didn't know is that Microsoft created C# to pull developers away from Java. It's actually pretty, what is the word? Pretty devious. Many commands have shortcuts. It did. Yep. Okay, so let's go back. So what does the AI overview say? So to retrieve specific words from a file using PowerShell based on its position, you can use a combination of get content, string splitting, and indexing. So method 1, get a word by its numerical position. So let's see, PowerShell arrays are 0 based, so the first word is at index 0. Loop through each line and split it into words. There's got to be a better way to do it than like there's got to be a fun like one-liner that we can do, right? Microsoft is called evil for a reason. I've got quite a few friends who work at Microsoft. Not that I'm saying that Microsoft isn't evil, but I do know a few people who work for the company. And welcome to Morocco. Hello, X1962. Nice to see you here. What programming language do you like the most? I mean, I really like programming in Python. It's really, really fast. Okay, loop through each line and split into words. For each line in content. Words equals line.split. Words.count, GT. There's got to be an easier way to do this, right? Extract a word based on a pattern using regex. I mean, we're not looking for specific patterns. Nothing against their employees except for the C levels. I mean, if you work long enough at the company, eventually you might get promoted up to the C-suite, right? So select string is a powerful commandlet. Find the position, character position index of a word. So to find the exact character index of a specific word within the line, you can use the built-in index of .NetString method. So I guess what you want to do is you just want to create an array. So like an array or a list out of all the files, all the words in the file, right? And Shazinked, hello, are you into blue teaming? Most of the stuff we do here is more offensive related, but there are a few different websites that I recommend for people who want to do blue team stuff. I've got them in my education resources. I think I've got it in my uncategorized right now. Hold on. No, I don't. I need to fix that. But one good place you could go to if you want to know about blue teaming stuff. I mean, TryHackMe has a lot of good blue teaming stuff. That's one good resource. And Valley Tech Solutions. Hey, thank you very much. Okay, so TryHackMe is a good blue teaming resource. Another one is Let's Defend. Let'sDefend.io over here. A couple of websites you can use for learning about blue team stuff. Okay, so what we're trying to figure out how to do the PowerShell stuff, right? And get rid of some of these. Okay, so basically what we want to do is we want to do PowerShell, and we want to split file contents. Split the file contents into a list. So this is all we want to do right now. We want to split the file contents into the list. Let's see. So we would do PowerShell, and then path file path. So file lines is now an array where each element is a line from the file. But we don't want to... For the weather, it says get content path raw split string 99, but replace 99 with a whatever number place. For the weather, hey, nice to see you here. Torrend says, hey bro, do you play games? Yeah, we were playing a game earlier today. We don't really do too much gaming over here, but we do play puzzle games. So usually we're playing puzzle games, we're doing warm-ups in the first hour of the stream. If you want to go back to the first hour, you can see an example of that. But for the weather, let me get your command over here. I mean, I don't mind. I don't mind people providing answers, but we need to try to understand what's going on inside of those commands while we run them. It's not just copy paste. It's copy paste and then try to understand what the heck is going on. Okay, so path to your file is, this is users century 9. desktop Word file .txt. So I mean, we're looking for index 161. Actually, it would be 160 since it's like zero based, right? Missing type name after closing bracket or open bracket. Huh. Just a second. Okay, so let's analyze the command over here. So get content is reading the file. We give the file path to where the file is over here. Dash raw. Maybe the space. Can you share your GitHub resources, please? Yeah, I can certainly do that. Did I turn this into a command? No. I need to add this as a command. But yeah, if you want to take a look at the educational resources, they're over here. Okay, get content file, read the file with options. So get content path, this thing. Okay, raw, split. I'm not too sure what this option is with split. Maybe the space? Am I missing something in the syntax? Okay, so we're working from here, right? Okay, we'll rename this to PowerShell stuff. Let's give these some funky colors. So that is green, this is purple. So we run the command. Unexpected token in expression or statement. So it doesn't like this. So how else would we reference this? Like that? Nope. So I don't use PowerShell. Let's see if we can ask our good friend to explain what's going wrong with this thing, right? What's wrong with my PowerShell command? Bam. Wrong file. Oh, is it not the correct file? The issue is how the PowerShell parser handles line breaks and possibly escaping inside the split pattern. So your command is written as this. The problem is it treats the line break after split as the end of the statement. So -ss is seen as a separate command or an incomplete string. The file needs to exist. Wait, did I reference the wrong file? Oh, wow. I did a typo. Everybody, if you don't spell properly, you do not get to hack. If you do not spell properly, you do not get to hack. I mean, we still get the same error here. Okay, so why are you spacing after it? It's an index to an array. So I mean, I don't use PowerShell, so this is my opportunity to learn more about this language. Okay, so PowerShell treats the line break after split. So split as the end of the statement. So $\s+ is seen as a separate command or an incomplete string. So put the entire command on one line or use the backtick Wait. Is this not all in the same line? Is there something wrong with my format? Oh, okay. So SysOS suggests do this. So delete the space. Now it works. Okay, well. Yuri asks, have you turned off the word auto spell in word suggestions? I found out that I can't read I can't read better than an AI. It's the space. Okay. So this is kind of the same thing that you would do in Python as well. You would do the reference by index here, right? Okay, so we got this. So 160 should be the 161st word because it's 0 indexed. So if we do 0, yeah, okay. So 160 should be the 161st. Snolligoster says, the space is the problem there. But for the weather, hey, thank you very much. And thank you for revising the command. Okay, so if this is the command, let me just copy it. We'll put it in our write-up, and then so what we need to do is split the contents of the file into an array, and then are these called arrays instead of PowerShell? Are they called lists? I think they're called arrays, right? Thank you very much for subscribing, the real C. Hey, what is up? Okay, so split the contents of the file into an array and then reference the correct index in the array. Okay, and we can do this PowerShell to get the proper so path raw split. What does outputting this as raw mean versus outputting it as anything else? Hold on, everybody. Now you have an incorrect line break. Hold on. Clear. So if we were to just output this as raw, what difference does this make versus not outputting it as raw? Okay, so this is raw versus what does it look like when it's not raw? I mean, it looks like the same stuff. I'm not too sure what the difference is. It's kind of like bash arrays or arrays in any language. You don't space before you index. Yeah. Just gotta spot that stuff. Oh, it's for binary files. Okay, I mean, because this is a text-based file, it shouldn't really make too much of a difference to put it out raw or not raw. Okay, so let's see. Split the contents of the file into an array, then reference the correct index in the array. So -split will split everything. So this is what we want to do right here. So if we split it by \s plus, I'm not too sure what this syntax indicates. So we could, I mean, this is what the AI is good for. What does this PowerShell argument mean with get contents. Is it get content or get contents? Get content. It's some sort of regex, not on a new line. So line 9 should be at the end of line 8. Text files get special treatment. So the argument is actually not part of get content itself, but a separate PowerShell operator applied to its output. Let's unpack it carefully. Okay, get content raw reads the entire file as one continuous string, not line by line. Oh, this is good, because if we didn't read it raw, then we wouldn't be able to split it, right? So split is a PowerShell operator that splits the string using regular expressions. So /s plus means any white space character. So split by either carriage returns or spaces. So spaces, new tabs, and new lines. Plus means one or more of the preceding element. So matches one or more consecutive whitespace characters. So the effect means the combination splits the entire file's text wherever any whitespace occurs. Okay, returning an array of words. Okay, so let's go back. So if we go back here, and we run this, but don't give the index, then it gives us the list of words, right? So this is split by any white space, and each one of these elements is going to be on its own line. So if we want to get just the first line or just the second line, we would do stuff like this. And what we want to do is we want to get 161, which is this one. So Didev says, Snolly Oscar says, arrays are lists. It's kind of regex. Ronan, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? So DideVX says, by new lines, it means both the new line character and the line feed character, right? I think it ignores the R. So, I mean, the funny thing about Windows is that their new line character is the /n, I think, and not the /r. We can also split on the spaces as well. So, I mean, if we do... So, what are the arguments for split? So we go in here, PowerShell split arguments. You can split arguments using the split operator or the split string method. So the split operator uses regular expressions for the delimiter by default and offers flexibility. So if we do split, okay, so if we just go in here and just do split like this, no, they want it to be... So if we give split without any arguments, it doesn't like that. So we need to give split an argument for it to work. So we can split on, can we split on spaces like this? No, that's not how you do it. Oh, okay, I think I understand. It's because there was a missing parentheses. So if we split without any arguments, nope. Okay, so you can't split on spaces. No difference in this context. You can split on space as well. So I mean, I think this is probably the way we want to do it. So just dump it out as raw, and then split on spaces, and then reference the 160th index. So this is simpler, which I prefer when we don't need to be complex. Copy it, and we'll use this one instead. Try it without the space to see if it works. So if we just run this without any arguments on the split, it doesn't. Yeah, we need to provide an argument for the split, because otherwise it doesn't know what to split on. So if we split on new line, does that work? No, we can't split on the new line. Actually, this is all one line. This is all one line, so it doesn't. It's not going to work. But if we didn't do it raw, you just need nothing. Okay. Split on nothing. If we split on nothing, it treats every character as a new array. So that's not exactly what we want. So I guess we want to split on the spaces, so it knows where to split the array. Yeah, I mean, the reason why we experiment like this is so that we understand how the command is working. Otherwise, we're just copy pasting, and if we're just copy pasting, it's not. We're not really thinking. Okay, so split, and then reference 160. Okay, so just grab this command, and we'll be using this for the write-up. So this has become a little bit more difficult than the previous levels. We went through the first, I don't know how many it was, like 9 levels or 8 levels, and we were pretty much flying through them. Reference the correct index in the array over here. Okay. Let's commit these changes, and then we'll move on to level number 10. Okay, and the next level 10 here. So we'll do the SSH command / password here. Instructions, method of solve. The PowerShell is split over 2 lines again in the write-up. Is it? Hold on. Let me take a look. Level 9. Oh, hold on. Let me pull it up. I wonder why that happens. I guess there was something in the editor beforehand. Commit those. Don't even need it raw. That's true. We don't need it raw here. We just need to split it by spaces. But I really like that we can specify the language involved when we do the code blocks, so that we can get what is it? Context highlighting. Okay, so let's just grab this. We'll start our next write-up for level 10. So the SSH command is sentry10. The password is, what do we get? Pure ID. And let's log in. It's due to the width of the terminal. Yeah, it's good to know these. It's good to know these things so that you don't get tied up. Okay. Okay, we're in. Great. All right, it's time to get our instructions. So this is level number 10. So challenge prompt sentry 10. The password for sentry 11 is the 10th and 8th word of the Windows Update Service description combined plus the name of the file on the desktop. Okay. So if anybody's wondering what we're looking at, it's over here. You're splitting on new lines when you have one line. Snollygoster, are we? Are we splitting on new lines? Hold on. Let me take a look at our write-up file. I could have sworn we weren't splitting on new lines. So that was for level 9. Get content path split. I mean, this is split on spaces. Anyways, let's go ahead and go back to the challenge. Okay, our instructions. We should probably copy these instructions and put them in the write-up. So the password for Century 11 is the 10th and 8th word of the Windows Update Service description combined. Okay, so we take these two words and then we concatenate them, and then we add the name of the file on the desktop. I mean, first thing we need to confirm is the name of the file on the desktop. Okay, and 110. Okay, I mean, the very last part of the password is going to be 110. So the other thing we need to do is we need to get the 10th and 8th word of the Windows Service Update description. Windows Update Service description. So we need to get the services. PowerShell get service description by name. You can get the services and the descriptions with PowerShell. Okay. So get service. So get service. You can use this commandlet to get particular services by specifying the service name. Let's take a look. Can you check out my repo, please? Why don't you type out the name of the repo, and maybe I can take a look. It's called No Eyes. Okay, let me do this. You talking about GitHub? So GitHub No Eyes. Are you talking about YM Sniper? Okay, I see you got secure terminal chat. I mean, if anybody wants to take a look, I'll leave the link. I don't have a lot of time to take a close look on the live stream, unfortunately. Okay, so what is this doing? So get service, name string. So do we just do this? So what's the name of the service we're looking for? So get service, and we're looking for the Windows Update Service description, Windows Update. So let's assume that the service is just called Windows Update. Okay. So we got it. It's called Windows Update. We need to get the description. Get service description. Get all services in the computer. Get services that begin. Display services that include. Now, how do we get the description of the service? Okay, for example, get the description for the bit service. Open PowerShell, run the command. Get CIM instance. Get CIM instance. This is a different command. Select object name. Select object name description. The command will return output similar to this. Okay. Get CIM instance, Windows 32 service, filter, name, bits. I mean, can we do the same thing but replace, the name? And replace it with Windows Update? Flexilkov, hello, nice to see you here. And Phi, Goo, hi, hello, nice to see you here. Filter, name, Windows Update. I mean, it didn't return anything. I think we need to select something instead as well. Such a long command name. Is there no alias for get CIM instance? Is there? And select object name and description. I guess this doesn't exist. So, I mean, getting the service worked. Let's be more specific about this. Get service description by name, and we'll just we'll say that we're trying to use the get service commandlet. Get a service description by its name in PowerShell. The get service commandlet is not sufficient on its own because the service description is not a default property of the object it returns. So we can't use get service. We need to use something else. And Belik Karamov, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Okay, Didev says, I tried to get search alias for get CIM instance and couldn't find anything. I'm pretty sure that get service can be abbreviated as GSV. JGX bypass slider puzzle captchas. Bypass slider puzzle captchas. I assume you're talking about like using some sort of script. I'm afraid I can't help you there. I am the real guy. Hello, nice to see you. I'm in a severe thunderstorm right now. Sorry to hear that. Hope the weather gets better. Ronald Moratin says hello, everybody. And B13K, hello, nice to see you. Okay, so using get CIM instance, this is the modern and recommended approach for PowerShell. So get CIM instance, Win32 service, filter, name, select object description. I mean, this is the same command that we were trying before. Windows Update is not one of them. It's not one of the services here. So I guess the first thing we need to do is we need to figure out how to locate the service. So we'd want to look for like some sort of regex in the name. So Windows something, right? Are we able to specify like a wildcard? Nope. Isn't the name WAU serve? I'm not sure. So we know that the regular name for this thing is, oh, what was it? Windows Update Service. So how do we look for the Windows Update Service using that application? Or the commandlet, this thing. Get CIM instance. So we're looking specifically for the Windows Update Service, right? Can you lower the alert sound a bit? Yeah, let me... I should be able to. I'll lower it down by about 20%. Hopefully that's enough. And I'll try... Okay, how's that? How's that, Divas? Pipe the result of get CIM instance with the results to get member or get members. So go back here. Windows Update is the display name, not the name of the service. So to get the service description for Windows Update in PowerShell, you need to use the CIM instance. Okay. Okay. So the name is WUAU serve. How? I mean, I guess you would need to look that up, right? Okay, let's go back. And we'll try it out. A noticeable improvement. Oh, okay. Good to know, thank you. If anything's too loud, please let me know. Okay, so we got it. We got the description. We need to... Enables the detection, download, and installation of updates for Windows and other programs. I mean, we're just looking for the 8th and 10th word, I think that it was looking for. The 8th and 10th word combined. So we need to take word 10 and then word 8. I mean, we can expand on what we did last time. We could pipe that into something else. And thank you very much, Afatai. Is that a Thai name? But welcome to the stream, and thank you very much for the YouTube subscription. Thank you. Okay, so the first thing we need to do is confirm the name of the file on the desktop. The second thing we need to do is get the description of the Windows Update service. So one weird caveat here is, what is can anybody tell me what this, where is it? So the Win32 service name here, what is so is this the official name versus the service name for Windows Update is this, but I guess you would call it like a common name or something. Okay, the first command worked fine. You got the display name and the name of the service. You need to use the get CIM instance. Yeah. Okay, Sky Blue, hello, nice to see you here. Are you talking to me when you're talking about me being against the YouTube police rules? The name of the service is the machine name of the services. Machine name. Okay, so I mean, we need to keep this in mind. A description of the Windows Update service. So I guess the common name of this service is Windows Update, but what is used internally to call it in such? Windows Update Auto Update Service. Oh, my music stopped. Okay, let me put on some new music just a second. Over here. Okay. The service name for the Windows Update is WAUSURV. I mean, I guess you'd need to do some research to figure that out. Okay, and then can use what is the name of the commandlet? Get CIM instance. To retrieve the description for the service. Okay, so this is the command we used here. I mean, what we need to do last is we're going to try to use, some sort of PowerShell command to just get the 10th and the 8th word and concatenate them together. But that sounds like it's going to be a big pain in the butt. But we'll try it out anyways. Oh, gets split up again. Okay. So now we need to find a way to select only the 10th and 8th word. Okay, I mean, what we're doing here is kind of similar to what we did in the previous level. In the previous level, we split up the content. So let's see. Do we just pipe this into split, or do we need to pipe it into get content? Because we need to do some, what is it called? Formatting. So what we want to do is we want to just get the description. And then we want to ignore everything after this. Pipe it to split. Okay, so if we pipe it to split, split on no. Okay. So we need to, I think we need to give another commandlet here. So get content. No. What was the command we used earlier? So we did get content, split, select object. So not get object, but select object. Okay, a parameter cannot be found that matches the parameter name split. Am I spelling this wrong? So dash split. So dash split definitely works for get content, but it might not work for some other commandlets. Where's the Slack link, by the way? I visited the UnderTheWire website and couldn't find the Slack link. I'm not sure. I've never really used the Slack channel for UnderTheWire, so I'm not really too sure if I can help you there. Okay, so we'll just ask our good friend, what if we want to split the output of this command into an array? That wasn't the whole command. Is this not? Yeah, okay. Okay, so let's look closely at what the command returns and how to properly split its output. So we do select object description, okay. Yeah, and then let's see. So the actual value you care about is the description string, not the table headers that PowerShell formats by default. How to just get the string. So to isolate the string value, use either a property dereference or select object expand property. So let's see. Select object dash expand property description. So let's try this. Didev says, was going to try Century Zero, but it said I need to visit the Start Here channel on their Slack channel to start. Didev, I can give you the password. Listen, let me just pass you the password real quick. Hold on. I got you covered. So level 1 is Century 1. Try Century 0. So let's see, it's Century 1, like this. And let me give you the, it's just, oh, okay, hold on. I started using like SSH command instead of password. It's a much better way to do the write-ups. There you go. Obvious in retrospect. No worries, no worries. Usually for most CTF games, the first level is usually uses the username as the password. Okay, so where was I? Oh, we were asking the AI for help. Okay, so we'll go back. So select object, we're gonna okay, so this gets only the description, and then after we get only the description, we need to start splitting this up. Oh, the time is up. You know what? I mean, we don't have to be super strict about topic number 4, because topic number 5 is kind of open-ended. So I'm going to try to solve this level and finish the write-up before we move on. But thanks for letting me know, SysOS. You know what? Let's give ourselves another, I don't know, 15 minutes to wrap this up, because it feels bad to quit in the middle of a level. Oh, no worries, everybody. I'm happy to help. Okay, so after we do, these both yield a plain string text like this, and then how to split it into array. Once you have the raw string, you can apply split to get an array of words or tokens. So now array. Okay, so we can just plug this in. Nope, doesn't like that. Oh, okay. So it wants us to define like a variable here. So just define the variable and then do something. Array equals text split on S. So now the array contains each word separately. Oh, please give me the one-liner. Okay. Okay, so now we've got an array. So get CIM instance Win32 filter on this dot description and then split by any white space. Okay, so we've got just this. We can output specifically array 9 and array 7? No. Okay, so I mean if we just want to get this, then Windows, right? But what if we want to concatenate this with another element? So 9 plus 7? No, it doesn't like this. So if we want to get 1, that's fine. But what if we want to concatenate another object? Okay. Now you're working with array indexing. You want to add or concatenate another element to the extracted value. So this, okay? If you want to concatenate another string, you can simply use the plus operator, plus extra. Plus extra? If you want to append to the full array, no. If you want to join the array back into a string, welcome to PowerShell jank. Yeah, it certainly does seem. Well, I mean, it's kind of similar to. No, it's not exactly similar to how you do it in Bash. It's not actually similar. I mean, let's see if this even works. So if we want to just append like a string to it, we could do it like this. Okay. If we want to... I think I know what we're supposed to do. Wait, does this work? So if I just grab this, so this is the first thing we want, right? And if we wanted to add the second thing we want, we would do the same thing, but no, it doesn't like this. Okay, so the first thing we want is this. Copy this, paste it in. Oh. This is getting split up. Yeah, this is... So can we do get CM7? Yeah, we can certainly do that. So if we... So if we get number 7, it's just updates. Windows updates. That's funny. Okay, and then we wanted to add this whole thing. But this whole thing gets split up by the line. Hold on, let's go back into the text editor and make sure it's not split up. So this is split up. Yeah, funny thing that when you grab from the Windows terminal, it splits it up. Should I learn Windows API? I mean, I'm not really a person to talk to about Windows API. It's not really something I know too much about. I mean, I'd say that if you're interested in learning about Windows API stuff, then go for it. Okay, so we will paste this in and see if we can just directly add it like that. It works. This works. So you just blah 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 this whole thing and then add blah 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 this whole other thing. Then we get the concatenated thing, right? And we can also add like the name of the file as output here, 110. Okay, I don't really know, but from what I've heard about it, Windows API kind of is not great. I mean, if you need to work with the system, you need to learn the system, even if the system is not great. Okay, so all right. So the last thing we need to do is we need to just grab this, the name of the file, as output. So the output here is just get the name of a file. So it's get okay, so the last fun thing we need to do is we just need to PowerShell output name of file. We just need to get the name of the file from the output. So the most common way to get the name of a file is to use the getChildItem commandlet, sure. .name. Okay, so getChildItem, the thing .name, and then it'll, yeah, let's give it a try. So this is C user Century 10 desktop. So we just want the name. So this is just 110. So we can grab this entire convoluted command here, and then we're going to format this so that it's all in a single line, because otherwise it's not going to work. It likes to split this up for some reason. And then we'll just add on the last command. So the last command is this thing. Okay, and so I'm just gonna make everything nice and small so that I can grab this entire command here. Whoop. Okay, and then go back to PowerShell. Paste this in. Okay, so this is the whole password for the next level. I'm just going to test this out, and then if it works, then we've solved the level. Okay, exit, and then try to log in as Century 11. Oh, it doesn't work. You know why it doesn't work? Because they told us that all the passwords are lowercase. So I need to paste this in, make sure that this is lowercase. And we'll try it again. Okay, that was it. That was it. Okay, good. Okay, so let's go back. We'll finish our write-up, and then we'll move on to the last topic. Where was I writing it? Over here? Okay. So I'm just going to record the password for level 11, and then do the write-up. Print hello world. Yep, kind of like that. Jackson America, hello, nice to see you here. Whoops. Okay. So SSH command / password. So the SSH command is over here. And Heck Inspector. Geez, that's a fun name. Thank you very much for the raid. The party of 6. Thank you very much. Heck Inspector says, Cactus, what is up? What is up? I mean, we're gonna try to avoid talking about politics over here, Jackson America. Thank you. But yeah. All right. Anyways, Hack Inspector, what were you up to? Ooh, over under the wire. Yeah, we're trying to do some PowerShell stuff. Okay, so let's go ahead and do the write-up. And Jackson, no worries. It's just that I don't want to have a lot of political conversations in the channel because we're not about that. But yeah, I mean, everybody wants to talk about the stuff on the news. Okay, we need to find a way to select only the 10th and the 8th word. And also select the name of the file to concat them all together. Okay, so we're just going to get our PowerShell command over here. What are you doing right now? We're solving some puzzles. Solving puzzles. Hack Inspector says, was setting up a new install of Arch and a Kali VM in Proxmox to get started learning on TryHackMe. Wow, that sounds like a lot of fun. Have you been using Arch Linux for a long time, Hack Inspector? Who cares YouTube on Twitch? Wow, that's a fun name. Yo, what is up? You know what we haven't done in a while? We haven't done our redeems.
What are you? I'm system root.
Thank you, I am the real guy. We also have this redeem. Hack the planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
The irony, right? Yup. Let's see. Hack Inspector says I distro hop all the time, but always end up back on some sort of form of Arch. Let's see. Jackson America says, if I come to Canada, can I meet you? Well, I mean, I'm not super...
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Thank you, I am the real guy. I'm not super private about the InfoSec meetups I go up to. So if you go up to the, if you attend the InfoSec meetups in Vancouver, you'll probably spot me there. Okay, so... what was that command? So the command was this one over here. Let's just grab this whole funky command. And this is... did this get split up? No, it didn't get split up. Okay, good. Or at least I don't think so. Let's try committing those changes. Okay, Didev says, are you living in Vancouver, British Columbia? I live by Vancouver, British Columbia. Just looking for the giant frog guy. Yeah, exactly. Didev says, if a certain... Ooh, that's a good question, Didev. I don't want to have to answer that question. You know what? let's just say that if certain things happen in Canada, I might have to revise my policy on not talking about politics. It would be cool to run into you randomly. Well, I mean, you could probably figure out who I am by my voice if you met me in person. Hack Inspector says, gotta go AFK and help the wife. Please help the wife, Hack Inspector. And thank you very much for the raid. Thank you. PDX, Wild Radio, are you the person known as PDX on Twitch? Nowhere near your level at hacker conventions. I mean, nobody has to be gate kept by the amount of tech knowledge they know. Okay, so this all came out as one line. That's good. Okay, and yeah, so we're finished. So we're just gonna do our last topic. So the last topic is topic number 5, and let me put 2 hours on the clock for this last topic. Teach me the real hacker. I mean, I'm not too sure if I can teach you real hacking skills. I'm just here to teach people about tech stuff. Sometimes it's hacking stuff, sometimes it's not. And I'm also learning. I'm also a student. So I teach to learn, and I learn to teach. Can I get a Canadian phone number? If you come up to Canada, I'm sure you can. Cosimo, nice to see you here. Thank you very much for the subscription on YouTube. Thanks. Okay, let's move on to the last topic. And the last topic is we're going to be doing a machine from HackMyVM.eu. So HackMyVM.eu is another one of these CTF platforms, kind of like you Try Hack Me or Hack the Box. You can download machines that you can hack against over here. And Droid says real hacking. Yeah, I mean, if you can talk about what real hacking is, we don't do anything illegal on this stream. So if you're asking us to hack into companies, we can't do that because we don't commit crimes. But I can teach you all sorts of fun stuff if that's what you're looking for. Alright, so we're going to be deploying this machine. I've already downloaded the machine, and I'll start the machine and then we'll start our hacking journey. Okay, so but before we do that, let me just set up my environment real quick. So we're going to use a number of terminal windows to manage all the stuff we're doing. So for example, we'll name this one our Nmap port scanning tab. We'll give it a fancy color. So the important thing that when you're doing your exercises is that you stay organized. You can I mean, I'm not a super organized person in the first place, but I try to stay organized, you know, when I'm doing these hacking exercises to make it a little bit easier for people to tell what's going on. So here's our fuzzing window. We'll do one called research. And we'll make this like, I don't know, yellow. And, I mean, I'm expecting some sort of web app stuff, so web app enumeration, we'll put it over here. I'm not sure whether or not we're going to find this kind of service. We'll see. So we're not doing PowerShell stuff anymore. Let's call this remote access, because we're trying to get remote access to the server. We'll need a regular text editor window. Over here, we'll make it red. Sure. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're just going to slowly go through a CTF box challenge. And CTF box challenges are basically machines that you deploy onto a network with a security machine or a machine with security tools. You can hack against it. You can try to get your super user access. Okay, Flex says, I want to start as a pen tester, but the requirements are pretty high, especially for somebody with experience on the blue side. Okay, so FlexCoff, what experience do you have already? Because I mean, if you want to get into pen testing, your previous experience is going to make a lot of difference. Okay, Jackson America says, my chemistry exam is coming by. Do you like chemistry? Are you interested in chemistry? I mean, I think chemistry is super interesting. It's just that I don't have any knowledge of chemistry, really. I mean, if I had a lot more time to study, I would definitely learn stuff like electrical engineering, stuff like chemistry, stuff like physics. But I already have my hands full learning about software stuff and computer science. But I'm a 640. Hey, thank you very much for coming by, and we'll see you next time. Okay, so the machine is on the network. The first thing we need to do is we need to identify the machine. So the machine associated with the challenge here is running. The first thing I need to do is I need to find the machine on the network. So we're just going to use the ARP scan tool to figure out where it is on the network. Okay, so this is 27. So we managed to find this machine on the network that is running this particular, I don't know what you call that. It's like a device identifier. But this is usually associated with machines that are running, actually I'm not too sure. Anyways, let's do our nmap scan. So to run the nmap scan, we use the nmap command, and what we're doing is we're trying to figure out what systems, what services and ports are open on this particular machine on the network at this IP address. So we run it against all the ports, we try to figure out the version of whatever services we find, we run it very verbose, and we should probably output this to a file called nmap1.txt. Okay. MAC address is tied to the manufacturer typically. Oh, is that the Mac manufacturer? Okay, let's take a look at the output of nmap1. So it found an open port on port 3000. So port 3000 is typically like Node? Is it Node.js? Okay, let's take a look at it one more time. So port 3000, let's see, method not allowed. Okay, allow head, allow get. So we're dealing with some Golang net HTTP server. So I mean, we know what was used to create the thing. Okay. Where are you from? What's your country's name? I mean, I'm Canadian, so Canada. DiDev, so I want to see it's the first 3 bytes. The CCNA, yeah, this is the stuff you would learn in your, what is it? In your computer networking courses. Flexelcomp says, working as an analyst. Before that, I was a process manager, currently working on my CPTS, but I like working and learning at the same time. Sorry if my English isn't the best. I can understand you, Flexelkopf, no worries. So you worked as an analyst, so let's see. So analyst is in like a SOC analyst? So that's definitely on the defensive side of cybersecurity. If you want to learn about pen testing, like the offensive side of security testing stuff, and you're currently working on your CPTS, did you already buy the course from Hack the Box? Let me know. Okay, so let's go on. So this is some sort of web server that's working on port 3000. So let me grab this, and then we'll manually go over to the website. I think it's just HTTP on port 3000. Get tea! Get with a cup of tea. A painless self-hosted Git service. Okay, well, if there's Git located on the server, we could probably dump out the well, we might be able to dump out the repository and then start sifting through. Okay, so another thing we could try is we could try to sign into the service, because they might be using some sort of default password. Ooh, username or email address. Admin. Incorrect. Okay, let's do some research. Git default credentials. GTFO bins for Git. Git does not have a universal default username and password for security reasons. The administrator credentials are set up during the initial installation. The other thing, even if we can't get direct access, there might be like a security misconfiguration that lets us dump out the repository. Okay, so I remember there was a tool called like Git Dumper, and I always remember the name of the tool, Git Dumper, because the name is really funny. Okay, so Git Dumper, a tool to dump Git. A tool to dump a Git repository from a website. I'm not too sure if this is gonna work specifically, but we can give it a try. So Git Dumper options, URL directory. URL and then output directory. Okay, pip install Git Dumper. I'm pretty sure I don't have it installed right now. Let me give this a try. So this is a tool called Git Dumper. Yeah, it's not installed. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a Python virtual environment. Flexelkoff says, bought the course on Hack the Box, currently at 40%. What are you having? Are you having troubles with any particular parts of the course? Let me know if yeah, if I can help, I'll definitely help. Okay. So I want to set up my Python virtual environment. DieDev says, I think Hack the Box Academy provides solutions. Oh, okay. Snipet asks, how do I kill a process in Ubuntu that keeps respawning? I'm using the kill command, but the PID keeps changing. Let's see. Well, Snipet, I'm not super well versed in like administrative stuff, but yeah, if the process keeps spawning, that's probably because there's another process that's spawning the process, right? Okay, so what we want to do here is we want to set up our virtual environment. So Python virtual environment, and then activate the virtual environment, and then give it a source, and then pip install Git Dumper. There you go. Fusselkoff says, not directly, I'm a bit concerned about how hard the exam really is. It seems pretty straightforward. The CPTS exam is supposed to be conceptually harder than the OSCP exam, but it gives you more time. I'm pretty sure that the CPTS gives you like 3 days to do the entire exam. Anyways, we've got a an ad running on Twitch, so I'm going to take a little break and put on the birds. So check out these birds. Okay, we'll be back in about 20 seconds. I just need to take a little water break. Just a second, everybody. Okay, let's put the birds away. Let's get back to the hacking. Let's see. Droids asks, what do you use a VPN for? So VPNs are used to access internal networks. So somebody else's private network, you normally wouldn't be able to access it unless you use a VPN to get access. The other thing that people use VPNs for is to change their IP address by using the VPN services servers, which are probably going to be located in other countries. Would you mind sharing the box name? Yeah, no worries. We're doing a machine called Run. The machine is called Run, and it's from HackMyVM.eu. The best birds that ever lived. I mean, there are birds everywhere in the world, and I'm sure that they're all good, no matter where they are. Alright, let's get back to it. So we're trying to run the git dumper tool. That is if the git repository is open. So I'm going to run a very simple tool called dirb. And dirb, well, I mean, dirb is a very old tool, but the default word list has some really good results for old applications. So admin, administrator, dev is open. Explore 303, let's see, issues, sitemap. Sitemap.xml. This is the first time I've seen it out in the open. Huh, and they've got v2. v2 is some sort of API endpoint. Might ask Pebble, I think he's taken and passed it. Yeah, if you ever, so Flexelcop, I'm not too sure what country you're in, but in North America on Sundays, our good friend Pebble is usually streaming, and he's really good at doing Windows machines. He's also passed the CPTS exam. So let me grab his link. This is just open. Okay, so infosecstreams.com. Check out Pebble's stream over here. Actually, I think he's got a YouTube video on it as well. So check out his YouTube, and check out his Twitch when he's on. He's usually on Sundays. And I think let me see if I can just grab that grab his video on CPTS. Okay, search for CPTS. How I pass the CBBH? Oh, has he not? CPTS next week. He didn't do a video on passing CPTS? Huh. I could have sworn he made one. But yeah, definitely ask him about it. He has the certification. Okay, so Git is here. Flask JWT auth. What? Maybe we don't need to dump this out at all. Maybe we just need to take a look inside the repository. Because this is... Alright. So we got a app.py and we got requirements.txt. Let's... Oh, you know what? There's only one port open on this machine. If there's only one port open on the machine, that basically means we need to compromise the web app to get direct access. Hold on. Let's take a look one more time. So there's only port 3000 open. Yeah. So if there's only port 3000 open, we can only get direct access through compromising the web app. Okay. Well, let's get back to it then. So if this is the application being run, so we got secret key, super secret key. I don't know if this is actually, oh, is this a Flask app? Because Flask apps have, they have specific vulnerabilities as well. So super secret key, let's go back here and let's add this to our notes. It is Flask, so Flask key. Okay. So we'll just keep this in mind. So git dumper, we might not need to use git dumper. Okay, so let's go ahead and so the dev directory seems to be the git base directory, so we'll just try using git dump on this. Head responded with status code 404, so it's not that. So we're looking for like a .git file somewhere. We got JWTs, so JSON Web Tokens. I'm a little bit confused because if this is the code for the application we're looking at right now, then this is not git-t, because git-t is another application. So register login home. We should probably check to see if these endpoints exist as well. Flask JWT Auth, a simple Flask application implementing user registration, login, and JWT authentication. This project also includes a protected endpoint and decoding endpoint for testing purposes. We need this stuff, sure. The application will be running at localhost 5000. So register, login, home, decode. So if we go back to our web app enumeration, Oh, we didn't take a look at the sitemap.xml. Okay, let's take a look at it now. So I've been told about this particular endpoint and that it might have some goodies, but I've never. This XML file does not have any style information. The document tree is shown below. So 3000 explore users sitemap1.xml and then repos sitemap1.xml. Are there any creds in the commit? That's a good question, Wrench. But first off, I want to see if these files exist. Or are the endpoints? Huh. These endpoints do exist. So there's an administrator endpoint, there is a dev endpoint, which we located already. Yeah, sure does look interesting. The administrator endpoint is Gitty here. Okay, repositories, projects. We knew about this stuff. It's let's see. Created by this user dev, who has one repository, which is this Flask JWT auth repository. Okay, let's go back to the sitemap. So this is sitemap 1. There is another sitemap here. Repo sitemap. Yes, you were busy last week. I was busy being sick last week, so I don't know if that's really super interesting busy or not. Flask JWT auth, the dev endpoint. I mean, we knew about this one as well. Okay, so we got 2 commits in one branch that we can take a look at. There might be some credentials sitting around here. So the commits are over here. We've got our initial. So our initial commit is here. Oh, you know what they might have done? They might have redacted the JWT token. Yeah, JWTs can be reversed easily, right? There are tools that you can use to spoof JWT tokens. Okay. Super secret. Ah, okay. So this is the JWT token here. So, I mean, the thing is that we need to be able to. Okay, JWT token. Let me just grab it. Hope you're well now. Some JWTs can't. There is a bunch of different attacks we can do with the JWTs, and you can. I did a lot of different labs on the Portswigger website. They leave the key. Will it work? Is it secure? The JWT? I mean, let's go ahead and figure it out. So the JWT, we just grabbed it from the repository there. Okay, and so we got this. There are tools like, what was it, jwt.io that you can use to figure out what the contents of this thing is. Something about base64. So parts of the JWT are encoded using base64, and the other parts are not. Okay, so what is this? If anybody wants to take a look at the JWT, let me create a link in Pastebin. Definitely Flask. So Flask is kind of like JWT, but it's kind of not. But it's specified as JWT. Okay, create new paste. The full thing is base64 encoded and separated by the dots, right? So the dots are not part of the base64 spec. So if you just try to straight decode it using base64, you're going to run into some problems. But if you want to take a look at the JWT that we got from the challenge, it's over at the link I just pasted. Okay. Music has run out. Let's put on some new music. Okay. Make new art. What are we talking about? Art? Bird you stab. That's some name. Okay, so what's going on here? So I got type access, JTI, IAT, fresh, false. Fresh, false. Type access, sub dev. Subject is dev. So dev is the username. So we need to try to log in as dev. We're trying to get access as the dev user. CyberChef has JWT decode recipe, I think. I mean, at the most basic level, we can use like web apps like this, jwt.io. So what we need to do is we need to spoof this. So fresh equals false. We probably need to. Can we create our own account on the Git app over here? So sign in. Remember this device forgot password. Put in this in the secret key, the super secret key. So dev password test. Sign in. Okay, this is incorrect. Forgot password. Account recovery is disabled because no email is set up. Please contact your site administrator. Okay, can't do this. There is a register place. Let's check it out. I mean, I think there's also like the version of Git provided as well. We should probably search this up in case there's some sort of. Oh, there's also an API. So is there like a user registration API? Get the authenticated user. List the user's OAuth 2 applications. Delete a secret in the user scope. Is there? Is there a create user? Got developer 88 from the JWT? Wait, where is it? So username equals dev, sub equals dev. Fluxilcoff, where did you see the username developer 88? So JSON claims table. Oh, okay. So the claims table is. I mean, this is all stuff that we've seen already, right? Enter the secret key used to sign the JWT. So let's put in the secret key, just like what Wrench was talking about. So Flask key equals super secret key. And we'll go to the JWT encoder. Valid secret super secret key. So we can create our own JWT here, and we can create our own cookie. So I mean, the other thing we do, you just need a new epoch time. So the IAT, is this the epoch time right here? Your IP, please. I don't know if I'm going to be giving that out, Schlock Gamer. Looks like all three. Okay, so we also have a CSRF token. Password not username if I'm correct. The password is developer88. Okay, let me give this a try. It'd be really, and if it actually works, I really need to ask you what the heck is going on. Okay, let's try. Man, I've got too many things to do. Okay, let me look up whether or not Gitty 1.2.1.4 is vulnerable here. Okay, didn't find anything there. So your IT and NBF need to be pre-now, and EXP needs to be older than now. Okay, so username dev, developer88 as a password. Oh, it's funny. Let me give this a shot. We'll try logging in. So okay. So Flexelkoff, let me know where you saw the password developer88 in the JWT, because I didn't see it. So JWT secret is here, right? IAT JWT, yeah, because I mean I didn't see that password that you got. So the thing about the JWT is that there are 3 parts to it. There's the first part, the second part, and the third part. We can dissect each one of these. Tried to crack it, didn't see it on the site. Tried to crack it, didn't see it on that site. Let's see. Wait, how did you try to crack it? So did you use a special tool? The thumbnail is cute. Thank you, Sky Blue. Thank you very much. Let's echo this out and then pipe it into Bake64 decode. Yeah, so I mean this stuff doesn't give us the password. Aren't you using Burp Suite? No. I mean we're not doing any serious like web app attacks right now, so we don't need to. Do you use the brute force tool Hydra? Sometimes we use Hydra, depends on if we need to brute force or not. So okay, so I mean it's okay to get spoiled a little bit for these challenges. I just want to understand how you get there. JWT consists of a header, a body, and a signature. Yeah, so the first part of the JWT is the header, and then the body is this part, and then the signature is this part. Okay, KM Jesus says, I feel like in practice labs and CTFs there are intentionally left vulnerabilities for the challenge, but in real-world systems, there rarely are any easily fallen vulnerabilities. I mean, The thing about challenges is that there has to be a way to win. In challenges, there's going to be a way to win, but in real life, it's not always the case. So that's the big difference between going from a CTF scenario to like a real world scenario, is that there's not always a win condition for hacking into a system in real life. But I mean, that doesn't mean that CTF challenges are bad. It's just that real life isn't a CTF, that's all. Let me look back, because I did a bunch of JWT exercises on Portswigger, and this is where it really is important to keep track of stuff that you've done before. So for example, on Portswigger, I did a bunch of JWT labs. Oh, did I not put them here? I mean, I did a bunch of JWT stuff for... I guess I haven't documented these yet. You wanted to brute force into your neighbor's NAS. I mean, I wouldn't do that. Okay, created a text file jwt.txt with a token, and then use the following command, hashcat. So that's cracking the secret key. I wouldn't have tried to do that before, but you know what? It's a good way to do it. So I think I've done some similar stuff with JWTs. Let me check my notes. I'm pretty sure I did something like this for Portswigger. No, not Portswigger. Pico CTF. Okay, let me search. Look for JWT. Okay, so over here, show us your notes. Well, my notes are on GitHub. So Flask apps create cookies that look similar to JWTs but are slightly different. So most cookies. This is... Hold on. So this is another challenge I did for Pico CTF. So encoded cookies, JWT, Flask cookies. This challenge lets us see the app's source code written in Python and create the list of cookies by grabbing this list from the Python source code and putting in a file called secret.txt. Brute force the secret for the cookie with the following command. Okay, so Flexelkoff mentioned using hashcat, right? Glymex, hello, nice to see you here, and C. Kalanjaro, hello, nice to see you here as well. Okay, so Flask unsigned cookie, Flask unsigned secret, fortune cookie. No, you still use Python. So okay. So Flexelkoff was talking about using hashcat to crack the secret key. So I mean, this kind of thing is probably something you could see on Portswigger. Let me pull it up. So let's see. I'm not sure. Log in. Okay, and we're looking for the JWT stuff. Actually, maybe what we need to do is we just need to do like a search. So JWT secret key cracking. Okay, so JWT vulnerabilities, JWT attacks from Portswigger. So we're going to look up how to crack. Oh, it doesn't say. So signature, I mean, we're not dealing with signature stuff. We're trying to figure out the key. Why do you have a 9 million character Portswigger password? I mean, I'm not too sure. I have to try a none-signed JWT first. I mean, I think, well, I mean, we know the brute forcing secret keys using hashcat. Okay. I mean, we had a lot of different attacks we could do with JWTs, but let's see. Flexelkoff told us that what we needed to do was crack the secret key, and they used it. They did that using hashcat. So I just want to arrive at the same conclusion so that we can do this thing ourselves. Okay, so we're currently using hashcat to brute force secret keys. You can install hashcat, blah, blah, blah. You need a valid signed JWT from the target server and a word of well-known secrets. You can then run the following command, passing in the JWT and the word list as arguments. Hashcat signs, okay, so maybe what we need to do here is we need to get a valid key, or sorry, a valid JWT with the signed key here, right? Super secret key. And then copy this, and then output it to a file. Like this. And then so you need a valid signed JWT from the target server and a word list of well-known secrets. So we will run hashcat because hashcat is a pretty common tool for cracking. And I guess this is technically, no, let's just call this the cracking window. Okay, so the JWT is going to be jwt.txt, and the word list is going to be user share word lists rocku.txt. Okay, so this is trying to crack the JWT. It worked. No, it didn't work. Huh. Okay, it didn't work. Okay, so Flexelkoff says created a text file with jwt.txt with a token, and then use the following command hashcat m 16500 rocku.txt. Okay, so Cyborg asks, is it legal to reverse engineer and study leaked tools like Eternal Blue and Eternal Romance? Yeah, I mean, nobody's going to arrest you for reverse engineering it. The only thing that people take issue with is what you do after you reverse engineer it. Okay, so I mean, something tells me I don't have the correct, I maybe don't have the correct hash. Okay, so let's go back in. And so hashcat m jwt user share blah blah blah. Maybe try a different word list. Okay, so exhausted. So, let's see. So we got Flexelkoff said that they were able to find developer 88 as the password. I thought it was the secret, or was that just for the demo JWT? So, so somebody in here told us that they were able to get the a password for the application, and the password worked. So it was for the dev account. I'm just trying to figure out how they got there. Oh, another thing is that they might have left a password in the commit as well, right? So we go back here, we go to the commits. There's also a branch. Oh, there's just one branch. So this is just the main branch. So we're trying to figure out where the user found the password. So initial commits, there's 2 initial commits. So it's 3 changed files, 0 deletions. Okay. So this is the app.py file here. There's the JWT token we found here. Username, password. Okay, so this was commit number 67E5. There's another one here with 2 deletions. Just use the token. Okay, so just the token here. Let me give this a try one more time. Okay, so this one cracked. So this one did crack. So this was developer 88. That's funny. It's funny that this is supposed to be the key. So this is the JWT. Okay, this is the JWT key, as opposed to the other key, which was the application key. The application key is super secret key, but the JWT key was developer 88. Okay, Riyadh Gamer says, I found an institute for systems and network security. Is a good institute that offers free training and pays me. You're getting free training and getting a monthly stipend? Yeah, that sounds pretty good. That sounds like a pretty good deal, Riyadh Gamer 444. I'm not too sure if I would have been able to figure that out, because I would have assumed that this was the key because it was included in the GitHub repo. But okay, so now we've got like well, I mean, we've got like what is it called? Authenticated access to the application. So we need to find some way to run code. So can we use git to run code? Because otherwise we're not going to be able to get our initial access to the server. Okay. So good old Perplexity AI. Can we use the git app to run code? Okay, yes you can, but not directly inside the Git mobile desktop app itself. Git is a Git server with a built-in CI/CD. Okay, well, I mean, if it's a Git server with a built-in CI/CD, so CI/CD means that we're able to run the CI/CD code. How Git can run code? Git can run your code through two main mechanisms: Git actions, its CI/CD system, or custom Git hooks on the server. With Git actions, you define workflows that run jobs such as test builds or scripts, where you can push or open PRs. Sick in the mind? Yeah, that was the command I used. Sick in the mind. Worked just fine. Yeah, that's the one I used. Okay. Well, I mean, yeah, Riyadh Gamer, it sounds like a pretty good deal if you can get training and also get money, but you gotta be careful that it's not some sort of scam. So you have to pay a lot of attention to what's going on. Okay, want to learn website hacking, like website disable. You want to do what? Okay, so to actually execute code from Git, you must have at least one actions runner registered to your Git instance. A runner is a service that connects Git and runs workflow jobs on the host machine. Once a runner is configured, you can push a repo with a workflow. Okay, so I mean, it might be easier to look for something. I think the key from the Python file is in the rocku.txt file. Yeah, it was. Okay, so Git remote code execution. Git remote code execution. This is for Git 1.7.5. I mean, we're using an earlier version of Git, right? So this Git is 1.21.4. The Caring Paw on YouTube. Do not advertise cracking services for binaries on my channel. Actually, you know what? Okay, Yassine, let's see. How to hack a Wi-Fi network. I mean, there's a couple of things online that talk about hacking Wi-Fi networks. Try some stuff over at TryHackMe if you like. Guess we found out your real name, Shayat. Is that my real name? The Caring Paw? Is that it? Oh, what? You're talking about on Perplexity? Yeah, no, this is not my real name. Cyrus Hatfield is not the Shy Hat. It'd be a little bit too obvious. No worries, SOS. No worries. We got rid of that guy. You might want to try this page. I'm assuming you're not talking about using, hacking for any nefarious purposes. If you are, then don't tell me about it. Okay, so what's going on here? So Git version this, but there's a vulnerability that we found. How did you get the password? I was away. Apparently you needed to crack the key for the JWT, and there was password reuse. just for the password. I'm not really a Wi-Fi hacking person. You're gonna have to look elsewhere. Okay, so I was looking for... Man, I've got too many tabs open. Let me try closing some of these. Flexelkoff says, can't you upload a file with a reverse shell code execution as the avatar? I mean, maybe. The question is, how do you... Okay, we're actions. So I think we might be able to use the actions. So runners, secrets, and variables. I was doing a little bit of research on this. On the bright side, it was a better question than can you fix my printer? A little bit better. Okay, so runner. So we got our runners over here. Can we take a look at stuff that was in the previous runners? So edit. Nope, can't do this. So do we make a new runner and then run the code inside of it? We also have secrets. We don't have any secrets. We don't have any variables. So I'm assuming that we use these runners to run code. So let's see. Registration token, sure. Cyrus Hatfield would be an awesome name. Can you help me move this weekend? That's a good question too. No. Okay. So this page will introduce the Act Runner in details. The runner supports 2 modes. Let's see. It's recommended to run jobs in a Docker container. Installation with binary. Oh, okay. I mean, let's go back. This goes to the official documents. So create new runner, registration token. I guess we need to find a way to create a new runner. It's a walk-up, of course. Okay, so how do we run arbitrary code or commands using Git runners? Okay, you can run arbitrary code or commands on Git runner by defining a workflow, Git actions, that uses run steps. The runner then executes those commands on its host or in Docker. Okay, so Git's actions is Git's CI/CD system, concept compatible with GitHub Actions. Okay, you describe jobs and steps in YAML format. Each run step is just a shell command or a PowerShell command. Example minimal workflow to run an arbitrary shell. Okay, there's already a runner on that repo. Okay, I mean, I saw that there was a runner on here. It's just, how do we execute it? We can create new runners. Maybe. So the runners are here, and we have, I mean, they're here by check the repo. Repositories, I mean, this just goes to the repository. We're trying to use the Git actions to execute the runners. I see there are these runners here, but how do we interact with them? So this is what we're trying to, maybe on the workflow menu, workflow. New repository, new migration, new organization. Okay, so let me just keep on reading the summary over here. You describe jobs and steps in the YAML. Okay, so in the repo, Git workflows. So .git workflows. Does this endpoint exist? It's usually a .yaml file. Okay, so it doesn't exist here. How about here? Doesn't exist here either. Okay, when you push this file, Git will schedule the workflow on a runner with the Ubuntu latest label. What the runner actually executes. It's on the repo. Oh, the runner is on the repo? Hold on. So the repository is here. So 2 commits, 1 branch. Code is here, issues, pull requests, packages, projects, releases. It's usually going to be a YAML file. So, I mean, we don't see any projects, packages, public activities, start. Am I? Pull requests. This stuff is all blank. Check the activity or setting on the repo. Okay, so repo's here. Henke is talking about activity or settings. So activity is here. 0 pull requests, 0 issues, merge closed, issues new, no. Okay, so there's also settings. So there's a bunch of settings here. Transfer ownership, delete wiki data, delete archive. Signature trust model. Merge commits. Tracking issues. Avatars. Okay, so check the activity or the settings. I mean, we're looking at the settings right now. Deploy keys. Tags. So what? Well, I mean, we've got control over the repository. We just need to figure out how to run the code inside these runner files. Okay, Yasin says Wild Radio says the activity window was set for a short window of time. So the activity window, so CI/CD injection. Yeah, we just need to figure out how we can get the CI/CD code to run. we're trying to figure out how to use these actions. How do we run arbitrary code or command using git runners? So you run arbitrary code on a git runner by defining a workflow that uses run steps. Shulkwise, hello, nice to see you. What is up? So let's see. Henke says, I see maybe this repo is online. You can clone and modify the code to add RCE and push it. Yeah. Okay, so this is the YAML file, right? So workflows run arbitrary.yaml, create a YAML file, sure. Okay, so run arbitrary commands run echo current user, echo hostname. I mean, yeah, making the YAML file isn't hard. We just need to figure out where we need to upload this to, and then after we upload it, figure out how to execute the thing. When you push this file, git will schedule the workflow on a runner with the Ubuntu latest label, sure. Runners typically start Docker containers. Okay, and well, let's create the YAML file over here. What are we doing today? Yeah, we're just doing some hacking on a what was it? A machine over at HackMyVM.eu. It's called Run. And apparently, well, now that I've seen what's actually going on here, it makes sense. We're supposed to run the code on the git what is it called? Application. So through some CI/CD stuff. You can modify the repo online, maybe. Can you tell me how to build custom kernels? It's not really something I've tried before, a legendary hacker. Okay, so let's edit the information here. So run arbitrary commands. Let's see. Your arbitrary commands here, your script.sh. So echo this, ID. We can just put all of our arbitrary commands here, right? So if we were to runs on Ubuntu latest, the thing is that I don't know. This would create a Docker container. That means we would have to do like a Docker escape. Are you using git actions to access the machine? Yeah, well, that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to use git actions to access the machine. If you've done this kind of stuff before, let us know. So run arbitrary commands. I think what we'd want to do is we'd want to like upload a malicious file, and then it's either upload a malicious file and then execute the malicious file, or just try to get let's see, like a web shell? No, like a reverse shell. What's the git version? So the git Peanuts Enterprise, that's what's up. Yup. What is the git version? So git is 1.4 something. Let's check it out. So it's git this one right here. We could look for something really quick. So git is released. Git vulnerabilities. Let's see. Remote code execution authenticated. I'm not too. What version is this again? 121. So this is for git 1.12, so it's not going to work. So we also see one for Gitty Git Hooks RCE. So this is from 2020. Let's check out the version numbers over here. Normally, software engineering uses Git actions for deployment of CI/CD activities. Milk Apple Tea is the best, of course. So does this say what versions of Git are vulnerable? So Git versions 1.1 to 1. That doesn't seem super useful. So let's see, it should be between version 1.1 and version 1.13. So this isn't going to work because we're dealing with version 1.21. Mugiwara Luffy, hello, nice to see you. What's up? Okay, so this isn't going to work for us. I think what we should be trying to do, I mean, the AI also tells us that there's vulnerabilities here as well. There's an SSH vulnerability. There's a cross-site scripting vulnerability. This really doesn't. It's not really relevant to us because there's no SSH on the target. So we can't really take advantage of this. Could you describe the machine, or at least the Gitty endpoint that we found? I mean, we managed to get authenticated access to the Gitty application here, and we think that we might be able to do Gitty actions or run actions by pushing to the repository. And if that's the case, then we might be able to do remote code execution. Try add directory and file, like I said before. Add directory and file. Okay, so Henke says, so workflow. And thank you very much, Lazy Gamer, for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Termux is best for hacking. I've heard a lot about Termux. Okay, we're not using this stuff anymore. Nor this. Okay, so let's think about this. So if we can actually upload an arbitrary file to the Git workflows directory, then we could run the following commands. What we want to do is we want to upload a reverse shell binary and then execute it. If you can use the git action, for sure you can get RCE. So this is what we're trying to figure out. Let's create a new tab. We'll call this remote or localhost services. Okay, so here we're gonna use our favorite tool, MSF Venom, for a Linux payload. And we just need to figure out what our IP address is. It turns out we didn't need to use git dumper. So sad. So our IP address is this. So we're just going to plug this in when we create our reverse shell binary that we want to run. Okay, so after we've created this binary, we can host it with Python. So Python module HTTP server on port 80. And now we can try to get the application to download this binary and then make it executable and then run it. Okay, you just need a simple command, bash c bash I. How to get the Pegasus framework? Rukman, this is not the place where we look for nation state level malware. Please direct your queries elsewhere. Thank you. Here's my IP. Hack it, please. 127.0.0.1. If somebody can hack that IP address, please let me know. Okay, so let's see. So localhost services, we've got it hosting over here, and let me just copy the IP address. So shulk ysex is it's called onpush or something. I'm not sure. Search for git action workflow. Okay, so let's run these commands. So we're gonna run wget http our IP address and try to download rev.elf, because that's the name of the file. Yeah, I'm also root on that IP, wrench. So we run the wget command, and then we run the chmod 777 on rev.elf to make it executable, and then we execute rev.elf to get a reverse shell, or at least that's what we want to do. Okay, so let's see. Uses actions checkout v3. I don't know if this is going to work because the API that we've got active on this on Gitty is v2. So maybe we'll replace checkout with v2. And let's make sure that this action actually exists. So it's the checkout endpoint. Let's take a look. So it's dev v2 or no, or was it just v2? Unauthorized. Wait, where was it? So 3000 v2 unauthorized. Oh, there was also like a Swagger thing, right? v2 API. Or is it like API v2? Here it is. Something, etc. password and shadow file, of course. So can we do like a search in here? Because what the action is that we're trying to do here is actions checkout. So /checkout. Can we search? Let's just open all these things first. Notification. Let's see. Settings. Just open it all. And then look for the checkout endpoint. Checkout endpoint doesn't exist. But I'm not too sure if... Okay, well, I mean, let's see if we can push this. Actions aren't a thing that you can find on the API. Okay. Well, I mean, in that case, then we can keep it as v3. And we want to create a git directory, and we want to create a, what was it, workflows or something? What was it? So let's see, steps under git workflows in your repo. So in the repo, create a new endpoint called .git/workflows. Google GitHub Actions and you're going to understand it all. Just clone or create a new repo. Okay, so we're logged in here. The repo we're looking at is this one. And so we will add a file called .git slash workflows slash well, I mean it's this malicious YAML file, so malicious.yaml, and then we'll paste in the code. Workflows run arbitrary. I guess we need to call this run arbitrary.yaml because this is what it says in here. Okay, we grab the code. Paste it in here, and then we'll save it out. Okay. And I wonder if these commands actually ran. Okay, well, there's the other thing. I needed to set up my my listener. Prepare your web Python and listener before commit. I mean, it didn't actually try to download it, so I guess it didn't work. Alessandro Silva, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Thank you very much for the subscription on YouTube. Okay, so remote access, we will, no, what was it? RL wrap netcat to prepare. Okay, so prepare your web Python listener before the commit. So go back here. So we created the file. Now we need to... James, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? So it's here. There's an Actions Management tab. Go to the repo and then go to Settings. I'm late today. No worries. No worries. You can, I mean, this is YouTube. You can always go back in the... Okay, so let's see. Deploy keys, update settings. Okay. So this is a commit right here. Check the setting action is checked. Check the setting action is checked. So settings. Actions. Runners. The wrench. Yeah, settings is here. Okay, so we're looking for... Okay, this is my repository. Try to create any dummy file just to trigger the workflow. Create any dummy file. Settings on repo, look for enable action. Settings on the repository. So repository here. Settings. And we're looking for enable action. Advanced settings. Enable repository actions. Okay, so this was not checked before. Update settings. Repository settings have been updated. Okay. Oh, so that's why we weren't able to run the actions before. I mean, I don't want to comment on my country and whether or not we could withstand cyber actions from America. This is not what we talk about on the channel because it's politics. Okay, so I mean, we updated it. We're listening here. We still haven't received any... Okay, now you've got the action tab. So if we go back here, then we go over to actions, runners. You need to modify the repo again to trigger it. Okay, okay. So now that actions are enabled, we go over to the repository and we create a new file called, oh, I don't know, anything, I guess. So where is the create new file button? Create. Add file, new file. We'll call this readme.md. Trigger the action, please. HackerFrogs, like and subscribe. Smiley face. Okay, commit that. Added hacked.exe. Yeah, of course. Oh, readme.md already exists. Okay, readme2.md. Let's do it again. Okay, so the actions are supposed to activate every time you commit, right? Or did I miss that? So this didn't go, this didn't go. Check the actions, okay. Back here, settings, actions, runners. So the runners didn't go. There's a tab in the repo. Oh, is that where we look for it? Sorry everybody, I don't really use GitHub Actions very much, so I am new. Actions. Okay, so all workflows run arbitrary.yaml. So I guess it didn't work because there's a problem here. Check the actions for troubleshooting. So let's see. So all workflows here. So this status, all statuses. Okay. So one change files, that's fine. The thing is that the YAML file over here didn't really do anything. But maybe the format of the YAML file isn't correct. Still running, no logs, so okay. So the actions over here, there's... There should be feedback. So all workflows here. Added this. Is this in the right directory? So I was told to put the file in a directory called .git/workflows. Return to the home repo. Okay, so the home repo's here. 4 commits, 1 branch. Claretto, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? I haven't worked with CI/CD much, but I definitely remember that failed workflows usually had some sort of output. Go to home and you're going to find the yellow circle. Click on it. Okay. Pwn run waiting. Waiting? So it says waiting. So I mean, maybe what we need to do is we need to double check our syntax, because if the YAML file doesn't have the right syntax, it's not going to work. So git workflows run arbitrary. Is this so? Is this a relative file path? What does YQ say about it? What does YQ say about it? Send to the AI. It's waiting. I think it missed an action. Okay. Let's ask. Let's ask. So we got our our advice from our good friend the AI over here. So we used this YAML code, and we put the file in the .git/workflows directory in the repo. Should we have put it somewhere else? Please remove the name on top at step on that YAML. I'm not too sure what you mean, Henki. Okay, the location is correct. Git expects workflow files under .git workflows in the repo, so your YAML is in the right place. If it's not running, the issue is more likely with triggers, runner setup, or the job itself rather than the path. Confirm the workflow file. The file should be committed as .git/workflows/runarbitrary.yaml or WML, YML in the repository root. Make sure that the file name does not start with underscore, and that the directory is not accidentally named git workflows inside the subfolder. Okay, so Henki says you have multiple actions on checkout v3, it's not used. Change on the push filter because it's waiting for a push. Okay, check the trigger. On push, so this only fires on pushes to the main branch. If your default branch is master or something else, pushes won't trigger it. Change to match your branch or broaden it. So branches main or master, or even branches everything. Alright, let's change the content. Okay, push branches main. We'll change this to main or master. Use the, okay, use everything just to be sure. So everything. Push on all branches. let's just make sure that, well, let's read through the entire thing before we proceed. So for testing, check that a runner is available. Even with the correct workflow file, nothing runs unless a Git actions runner is registered to your Git instance. The runner has a label matching runs on Ubuntu latest. Labels are arbitrary strings, they don't magically appear. For quick testing, set run-ons to a label that you know has a runner. Okay. Set run-ons to a label that you know has a runner. Runs on. Then ensure that your runner started with label. Okay. Abdo says most of the labs on Portswigger need burp pro. That's not. It's not most of the labs on Portswigger. There's certain labs on Portswigger that require burp pro. You can get away. You can get away with not using burp pro on a lot of those. Brute forcing, or sorry, what was it called? Yeah, so a lot of the brute forcing labs, you could use like another tool instead of the burp suite, like repeater. What was it? The intruder. It's definitely not most of the labs. It's probably like 10% of the labs or less. Okay, I can't pay for it. Is there a way to run the labs on something else? Yeah, you could try using Kaido. You could try using other tools instead, or like OWASP. Okay, if you could clone the repo and push a pull request, it could be triggered. Okay, let's see. In your YAML snippet, you use markdown link syntax. Inside a workflow, it must be plain shell. So run arbitrary commands. So is it not supposed to look like this? Let's check. If that URL host is only reachable from your lab network, make sure that the runner is on the same network. Okay? Yeah? No markdown links? I don't think we are. Ken FX Trade, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? What's the topic for tonight? So we're currently doing this lab called Run, and we're trying to get the Git app to run actions for us in order to get ourselves some direct access to the server. Whoops. Okay. So this is our code. Let me copy this again, and let's update the code on the repository. So we'll go here, we will edit this file. And we'll just replace. Okay, jobs, pwn run runs on pwn run. So it said something about the tags for the jobs. Collaborator is a professional only. Yeah, I mean the big thing is that you can't use collaborator unless you're using pro. And that affects a few different labs, but it definitely doesn't affect all the labs. Have you checked the run-ons labels? I'm not too sure where I would check that. Okay, so let's go over to the settings, actions, runners, run-on labels. Check the runner name for the run-on. Check the runner name for the run-on. You mean this? So, I mean, I think the runner name here is pwn run. Labels equals run. Oh, run. Okay. So the name is run. So we just need to name it run. Let's go back and rename it run. Commit these changes. Okay. Not the name, but the label is the same. Then name the label run, change it on run-ons. Okay? Think. Let's just double check. Oh, it's a capital R. So that might make a difference. Okay, let's edit it again. Okay. No, it's lowercase. Is it lowercase? So uppercase here. Actions here, the name is run uppercase. Label is, okay, the label is run, lowercase. That's confusing. Okay. Sorry everybody, I'm struggling through GitHub Actions here. So Actions has... Okay, workflow is here. Actions. Git actions. Okay, so we'll go back to the repository and we'll click on this. Run is waiting. Okay, what are we coding? We're not coding right now. We're just trying to figure out how to hack this this machine. Okay, so somebody said something about cloning a repository and then yeah, cloning a repository and then pushing the pull request. So I'm not really too... I'm not a person... I use GitHub, but I don't really use GitHub for its intended purpose. Okay, so we'll clone the repo first. New repository, new migration. Go to the code page, let's get the Git URL. So code page is here, Git URL is this. And then we clone the repo by using git clone. Okay, we cloned the repository from our remote thing. Yeah, git clone repo, sure. Abdo says I need to learn do I need to learn network pen testing before web app pen testing to be able to understand more? Generally, you don't need to learn network pen testing in order to do web app pen testing, but the opposite is not true. So you usually do need to learn web app pen testing when you're learning network pen testing because web is so common. So then git commit am updates. Git commit. Can we do it from the web app? Suggest no, it must be local. Oh, Oh, this is not the same. We need to go into the repository first. Yeah. Okay, you just miss the run-ons run, runs on run. Wait, it's running? Is it running? I don't think it is. Okay, unable to auto-detect mail address. You need to change to commit. So we need to, we need to go in and then change something first. So, edit md2 readme2.md. Changed. DieDev says, get the command that is the bane of a lot of developers, even experienced ones. I mean, I'm not... Okay, so please tell me who you are, so git config. David Marie Louise, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? And welcome to the stream. Okay, so we've got to change, and then we need to identify ourselves. So git config global. Sure. User email is shyhat@hackerfrogs.com. And then name is the Shyhat. Okay, and then we'll try to do that commit. Okay, so it looks like we're ready to do the commit. Maybe you change your local git to dev, local git to git push, username dev, password, developer 88. Okay, so we pushed it. Okay, so I mean, if the actions ran, run what the help said to run. What the help said to run. We go back to the repository and let's take a look. Here, run canceled. Canceled? Rerun all jobs. Now it says waiting. You need to change your local git to dev. So the actions, we got two actions over here. Oh, you missed the run on runs in the YAML file, not Ubuntu latest. Runs on run. Okay. Let's go back. It's just it's a comedy of errors over here because I don't do this stuff. So dev, and let's edit the file one more time. Okay, runs on run, not Ubuntu latest. Okay, down here, commit these changes, and then we'll repeat the process. You maybe should watch Free Code Camp's GitHub Actions certification video after this. Maybe. I mean, I think CI/CD workflows are really cool as a vector for remote code execution. It's just that you need to learn how to run the stuff. CI/CD is hard for a reason. I hope you didn't change the action workflow. I hope so too. Okay, so we were running it over here, so we'll make another change to the repository. So we'll edit this again. Check your listener. Okay, so nothing's happening here. So we changed this stuff over here, so we'll git commit a updates 2. And then we will git push. Rejected. Rejected? Updates were rejected because the remote contains work that you do not have locally. Oh, yeah, we need to change our other file. We need to change our... Wait, do we need to change our git pull? We need to pull it again? Okay. Now we can change this stuff. Okay, Abda says, I want to change my way in learning instead of writing and solving labs. Let's solve the labs and then build small apps using Python and JS to try to hack it. What's your opinion? I mean, I think it would be very educational to learn about web app hacking through building apps and learning how to build insecure apps and then hacking them. But it's NuGet is getting really annoying with the non-working defaults. Okay, so we edited that thing. We commit update 3, and then we push. Okay, so it's rejected because the tip of your current branch is behind its remote counterpart. If you want to integrate the remote changes, use git pull before pushing again. Didn't we just do that? Git pull, and then maybe I need to just clone the repository again. So we'll go back out. We will delete the current repository. Oh, wow. And then we'll git clone the thing again. And then we'll go back in. Go back in to here. We'll modify the file here. Then we will do the git commit. And then we'll git push. Okay, how did you learn web app pen testing? Tell me any tools, any channels like the Shy Hat that do web app hacking stuff, but deeply. I mean, what other web app hacking channels are there? There's, Nahamsec is a really good one. Sorry, what was my password? Developer88. Okay, so now we're able to push the update. This didn't trigger. So git pull main origin to pull the updates and repush. So conflict happened because the remote repo had been changed from the local repo. Okay, so Abdo, YouTube, Nahamsec. Okay, Shulk, yeah, I see ya, and I'm trying to understand what is going on here. So let's see. Well, Shulk Gamer says, "I want to give you a challenge. I'm working on a challenge right now. Git pull origin main. Git pull origin main. So git pull." Already up to date, okay. So git pull origin main to pull the updates and then repush. Okay, I mean, we're up to date now. Let me do it one more time. So readme 2, and then we'll do change 3. Okay, let's see. Henke Ludwig says remove this step. Sorry, which step? I'm trying to keep up with all the messages in chat. Make your next challenge about hacking into a Gmail. Schlock Gamer, no, I'm not going to be hacking into a Gmail. That doesn't look very good. Shulk YC says, if you worked in a company, you would be put far away from the version control things. I am not a person who uses Git. I mean, I use Git to store my walkthroughs and stuff, but I don't use it to collaborate on software. So, yeah. Anyways, okay, so git commit the next update thing, right? Zina says, will AI replace penetration testing? No. Let's just say no. Git push. Okay. So we just need to... I mean, it looks like the actions aren't running it. It's updated because you cloned it. Take this. I'm not too sure what... can you see the jobs action to debug it? Let's go over to the actions over here, and we'll refresh the page. Okay, so, I mean... Then we'll go over to the... what is it? The repo? And we see here that there's something gone wrong. So set up job, check out repo, run arbitrary commands, complete job. So this stuff all failed. Zena says, I saw one AI that does basically $500 in tasks in top 10 hackers. I mean, I don't know if I really want to comment on that. Yeah, there are AIs out there that are doing like bug bounty stuff, and one of the reasons why bug bounty stuff is not really, it's becoming less and less appetizing for people to get into, is because of all this AI testing stuff that's going on. Okay, copy your workflow and add another workflow called anything, and just change the on push to on workflow dispatch, then navigate to the actions tab. Okay, so set up job. Job failed. So let's see. Look up GitHub. Server misbehaving. Server misbehaving, that seems a bit weird. But TS, hello, nice to see you here. Love from India. Thank you very much. Cyber Olive Tree, hello, nice to see you here. I'm sorry I didn't see your message earlier. That's some final boss stage theme. This is the Mass Effect 2 soundtrack. Okay, so Shulk says, the thing is that you are in a public live. This is by default human. It's different, each have his way. GitHub Actions checkout. So checkout repo. So this doesn't have anything associated with that. So run failed, right? Setup job failed. Checkout repo failed. Run arbitrary commands failed. And complete job failed. So SysOS is, why GitHub? Why GitHub? This is Git. Yeah, this is, HTTPS github.com actions checkout. Huh, yeah, that is kind of weird. Checkout info. I'm maybe this doesn't really have anything to do with something in the configuration is wrong. So we should probably look for some sort of GitHub string. Okay, Shulk says, let's see. Said you his way and me trying to make you do it my way, making it difficult in the YAML file. In the YAML file? Let's check out the YAML file then. So we got our YAML file here. Gitty workflows run arbitrary.yaml. Okay, let's take a look. Run arbitrary commands on push branches all. It tried to resolve the domain github.com and couldn't find it. I think it should be. It should find github.com, no? Oh, it might be because this is a host-only network. So this this machine doesn't have. It can't call out to the internet. Well, I mean the VM, the vulnerable VM, doesn't have internet access. Collapse this job setup tab and then extend your tab with the runs arbitrary commands. Copy the error to the AI. I mean, let's just double check this. I mean, this doesn't contain anything. Okay, let's go back. So the failed updates are here. No, we're looking for actions. So this is the latest one. Okay, so I mean, I guess we can just copy all this stuff and then give it to the AI to see if it can identify what's going wrong. Okay, so we tried to trigger the action, but we got this error message. Okay, the error means that the runner's job container cannot resolve github.com via DNS, so the actions checkout step fails before your payload ever runs. Okay, so unable to clone. Okay, so it's not able to call out to make. It's not able to reach github.com. So Shulk says, I mean, I'm just trying to understand what's going on here. And I'm trying to struggle through it. How much time do I mean, I'll give this another 15 minutes. It'd be nice to be able to get access within 15 minutes, but, you know, if we can't do it, we can't do it. Okay, so let's see. Because the checkout fails, the run arbitrary command step is skipped and the job ends with failure. So the workflow and YAML placement is fine. This is a network DNS issue for the runner job environments. So quick ways to fix or bypass. Fix the DNS for the runner containers. I don't know if we can do that. So you want containers spawned by the runner to be able to resolve external domains. If you're using Docker for the runner, configure Docker's DNS. Shulkwysek, hey, what is up? And this is an issue on Volnix part, son? I mean, maybe they're expecting that the machine has internet access. So if that's the case, I mean, I'm not really too concerned about giving the machine internet access. It would be better if I didn't have to, but okay. Learn with Mikey. Hello, nice to see you here. What's up? Okay, avoid GitHub entirely. Local checkout. So this is Git T actions. You don't actually need GitHub actions. You can remove the checkout step and rely on the fact that this job already has the repository mounted in the working directory, and just run your commands. So we need to... I mean, this is the same code as before. I don't see anything different here. Okay, so Shulk Ysek says go back to the error page and then run arbitrary command tab and then copy it to the AI because it's your workflow error. Okay, go back to the error page. The error page and extend the run arbitrary command tab. There's nothing here. So the job stopped at setup job. Bro, can you do a demo on packet capture and flow analysis? So you're talking about like you're talking about Wireshark, then like packet capture analysis using Wireshark. I mean, we do something like that. Okay, so let's try and understand if we can set something up so that it doesn't actually need to call out to GitHub. If your job doesn't need the repo contents at all, like you're just fetching and executing rev.elf, you can skip checkout like this. You can always skip checkout like this. And Israel, nice to see you here. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. Using Wireshark and TCP dump. Yeah, I mean, we do cover stuff like that on the channel, so... We've done a few different exercises on Wireshark. Let me see if I can find something for you. So we got some challenges. We've got a few different like Pico CTF challenges. So stuff like this. Not very much. Not very much though. Did you ever do bug bounty? No, don't do. I don't do bug bounty because I don't want to work for months and not get paid. Here's my message on bug bounty. Arslan, hello, nice to see you here. Okay, so if your job doesn't need the repo contents at all, you can always skip checkout like this. So skip checkout. This looks like the same stuff. Remove the checkout step and rely on the fact. So this is Git T actions. You don't actually need GitHub actions checkout. Oh, actions checkout. So we just, okay. So that was in the YAML file. We just need to remove it. Okay, Shulk says, I have to go to sleep. I'm sorry for escaping. I need to get some sleep. I believe you are more capable to solve the machine than. Just take your time and do some Google and use the AI in the comments. Very useful. No worries, Shulk. Get some sleep. Didev says, you make bug bounty sound depressing, even though I always thought not having an employer while still making money was a good thing. I mean, Didev, the problem with bug bounty is that it's if you're good at web app security, then bug bounty may or may not be worth it. If you don't have any experience with web app security, don't get into bug bounty. No worries, Shulk, no worries. But if you have like a background in dev, or in web dev, or you have a background in web app security, then it is more feasible to do bug bounty. But bug bounties, it's becoming worse over time, especially with all the programs closing up because of AI. Okay, so we need to remove the checkout step. Remove the steps, change it to run. Okay, we'll go back to our YAML file. Okay, so let's go to our steps. So run arbitrary commands, checkout repo. So we just need to change this. So we just need to remove everything but run arbitrary commands. Okay, and that's it. Okay, and then we save the file. Okay, Learn with Mikey says, I have another question. Are you a real person? I mean, yeah, I'm a real person. Why wouldn't I be? Arbitrary commands, sure. Okay, Learn with Mikey says, I want you to do a routine course for SOC Analyst Roadmap. I mean, SOC Analyst is not really something I know too much about. I mean, I can recommend like a certification that's pretty popular. So TryHackMe's got a certification called the SAL 1. It's compared to other certifications, it's pretty affordable. Of course, not every person besides you is a bot programmed by the Matrix. Thank you. David Ermine, hello, nice to see you here. What are you doing? So we're trying to get a CI/CD system to run arbitrary code for us. Okay, so this is saved now. Let's go back. Oh, I received a connection! What the heck? We did it! We did it, everybody! What the heck? What is the YAML file, I mean? Okay, the YAML file is a set of instructions. But it contains a set of instructions for the GitT system to use. Alright, which Python 3 command import pty.spawn bin bash. What a headache. What a headache. Okay, what language? What language? I mean, we're just using bash commands. And basically everything we did was... there wasn't a specific language involved. Anyways, okay. So what are we gonna do? I guess what we can do is we can call in Mr. Scary Hacker Voice Man, and then we'll close out the stream in a bit after that. Okay? So let me call out Mr. Scary Hacker Voice Man, and we can talk about this.
Hey everybody, it's me, Scary Hacker Voice Man. Scary Hacker Voice Man comes out every time we break into a machine. and we just broke into this one. Well, Mr. Run Administrator, it seems like you enjoy... How did we even get in? You enjoy having your public Git repositories with your commits out for everybody to see, and then leaving vital information in them, such as JWTs. That is a big mistake. We were able to take your JWT and then crack its secret key, which turns out is your password for your Git T application. That's called password reuse, and it is also a big mistake. It seems like you were able... With this access, we were able to access the CI/CD pipeline of Git and then give malicious commands which uploaded reverse shells and then executed them. Maybe you knew the security flaws in your system, or maybe you decided to accept the risk. Well, you accepted the risk. And now we're in.
Okay, everybody, we managed to get in, and wow, just in time. I'm not too sure if I'm going to be able to do the privilege escalation steps on this machine, because it's already way past my bedtime, but what is the CTF? What is the CTF? So the CTF we did just now was this one over here. And you know what? I learned a lot. I'm going to be doing a little write-up on how I was able to do the CI/CD abuse with Git, and then the next time I encounter this in the same environment, I'm going to be able to get this done with a lot less hassle. The URL. Can you sell that HackMyVM URL? Yeah, I just pasted it in. Okay, so let's talk about what we're going to be doing in the next stream. I'm really sad that our friend Shulk wasn't able to witness us getting into the machine, because I'm sure he was waiting for it. Okay, so Reaxis says, do the Git commits, are they supposed to be private somehow? So we were able to figure out. Actually, well, I mean, the Git commits, they're not supposed to be they're supposed to be private. The thing is that we were able to get authenticated access to the application, and if you go to, let's sign out, okay? So I'll sign out and I'll show you the difference. So we sign out here, and then we go over to the repository over here. We got 12 commits. Okay, so initial commit, yeah, that's strange. I mean, there has to be a way to hide the commit messages, because otherwise anybody would be able to figure out if you're able to if you put any sensitive information in here. Okay, so what are we doing next stream? So next stream is going to be on Friday. So that's going to be March 6th. We're going to be doing a lot of programming stuff. So we're going to be doing Advent of Code 2015 with Python. So we're going to be doing some programming there. We're going to be doing taking a look at data representation with TryHackMe. So this is basically talking about how electronic pulses become data on your screen, on your computing devices. Okay, so let's catch up with chat. You cannot delete things from history. That's a big problem with Git. Okay, so you'd use a package like this to hide secrets. And, yeah, looks like a Docker escape on the privesc. Oh, okay. Because we're working inside of a container. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, so we're also going to be doing Python basics. So if you ever wanted to learn about programming, I'm going to be teaching people how to do Python in a very, very beginner-friendly way. we're going to spend about an hour talking about how to get started with the Python programming language. It's a pretty fun language to work with. You can start doing stuff with the code almost immediately with Python. It's very nice. And we're going to be covering another Git challenge over at HackSmarter. It's called Git Oops. And HackSmarter is another cybersecurity platform. I actually did this challenge because I wanted to learn more about Git hacking so that I could do this challenge over here on Friday. After school special. Gorilla Tag Cheats. Hello, nice to see you here. What is up? What is the prerequisite for HackMyVM? HackMyVM? You need to be... Well, I mean, there are parts of HackMyVM that don't really require anything, really. But I'd say that in general, to do most of the machines on HackMyVM, you need to be able to deploy your own virtual machines. And you need to know some basics about network service hacking and web app hacking. Okay, so we're going to be doing Git Oops as the fourth thing on Friday, and on the fifth thing, we're going to be doing Azure Hacking Lab. So if you ever wanted to learn about Azure cloud hacking, we're going to be checking it out over at pwnedlabs.io. Okay, Shaz says, are you a teacher by profession? I'm a teacher online, is what I am. Okay, so Reach Access says, thanks for sharing your thought process on the entire challenge. Very interesting and rare in real-world realistic targets. I mean, anytime you've got a Git application, like a Git-T application or a CI/CD application exposed, and people are able to authenticate to it, they're pretty much going to be able to run whatever code they want. So that's why like CI/CD applications are so... That's why they're so vulnerable. You really need to make sure that you secure them well. Anyways, okay. So, I think there might be other people streaming on infosecstreams.com. Let's take a look. I'm the only one. Okay. Let me take a look at my Twitch, and we can find somebody we can raid into. Just a second, everybody. Okay, it looks like the science stream. Actually, no, Moohiddles is streaming right now. Let's raid into the Moohiddles channel. Okay, so let's take a look at what she's doing. So she's usually doing some space stuff. Let's check it out. Okay, she is doing astrobiology and space news. Okay. Alright, everybody, let's go ahead and start that raid. Okay, everybody, when you arrive on Moohiddle's channel, I would really appreciate it if you could give this raid message over here. It is OSFrog, hip hop hack OSFrog, just like this. Okay. All right, everybody, we're gonna be back on Friday. I hope I see you there. We're gonna be doing all sorts of fun hacking stuff. We're gonna be doing some programming. We're gonna be doing some Git hacking. We're going to be doing some cloud hacking, hacking all the things. All right, everybody, ready to raid out in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. HackerFrogs out.